Welcome to Public Account, where real-life nightmares come alive. Prepare to be haunted by chilling tales of the unknown, drawn from actual events. Lights off, volume up, and remember, these horrors are closer than you think. Subscribe, if you dare.
The Skinwalker Encounter. The early 2000s. As reported from Skinwalker Ranch, in the shadowy heart of the Utah desert lies a place infamous among the locals, whispered about in hushed tones by those who dare speak of it. It's a place where the boundaries between reality and the paranormal blur into a chilling dance of the supernatural. This is the story of the Skinwalker Ranch, where an eyewitness's encounter with an entity, known as the Skinwalker, in the early 2000s sent shivers down the spines of all who heard it. The setting: Skinwalker Ranch. Skinwalker Ranch, a sprawling piece of desolation in the Uinta Basin, has long been shrouded in dark folklore. Named after the mythical shape-shifting creatures from Native American legend, the ranch is a desolate expanse of land, seemingly cursed by forces beyond our understanding. For decades, stories of unexplained phenomena have echoed through the canyons and arid plains that stretch for miles around. But it was an encounter in the early 2000s that sent chills down the spine of even the most hardened skeptics. The Witness, a nightmarish encounter. The Witness, whose name has been kept confidential for fear of retribution from the forces lurking on the ranch, had recently moved to the area. He was initially drawn to the ranch's eerie reputation, thinking it was all local legend and superstition. Little did he know, he was about to step into the heart of darkness. It was a frigid winter night when the Witness decided to venture into the ranch. The moon cast an eerie glow over the barren landscape, painting the world in a ghostly pallor. With his flashlight in hand, he ventured deeper into the desolation, searching for signs of the supernatural. As the Witness delved further into the ranch, a profound sense of dread washed over him. A biting wind whispered sinister secrets, and the very earth beneath his feet seemed to pulse with malevolence. He began to hear faint, haunting chants carried on the wind, a chilling echo of Native American rituals. The transformation, shape-shifting horror. Suddenly, the Witness's flashlight flickered and died, leaving him in complete darkness. Panic set in as he fumbled for spare batteries, but before he could find them, he heard it, a guttural growl that sent shivers down his spine. His flashlight finally sputtered back to life, revealing a sight that would haunt his nightmares for years to come. In the dim light, the Witness saw a figure standing before him, but it was no ordinary creature. It shifted and contorted, its form twisting like a grotesque mockery of nature. The creature's skin appeared to ripple, as if it was wearing different shapes over its body like a macabre suit. It cackled and hissed, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly malevolence. The entity, resembling the dreaded Skinwalker of Native American lore, had taken on various forms. It morphed from a sinister, hunched figure into a grotesque amalgamation of human and animal features, as if mocking the very laws of nature. The Witness stood frozen in terror as the creature continued its nightmarish transformation. Malevolence unleashed, a battle of wills. As the Skinwalker shifted and twisted before him, the Witness's fear was overtaken by a primal surge of anger. He refused to be cowed by this malevolent being. Gathering his courage, he screamed at the creature, defying it with every fiber of his being. The entity hissed and recoiled, its shape-shifting slowing as it struggled to maintain its hold. The standoff between the Witness and the Skinwalker seemed to last an eternity, a battle of wills in the heart of the Utah desert. It was a chilling reminder that even in the face of the supernatural, the human spirit could prove to be an unyielding force. Escape and legacy, a haunting conclusion. Finally, as dawn's first light crept over the horizon, the Skinwalker let out an unearthly shriek and vanished into thin air. The Witness, drained and trembling, stumbled back from the spot, his encounter with the supernatural etched permanently into his memory. He never returned to Skinwalker Ranch, haunted by the memories of that night. But his account, shared in secret with a few close confidants, only added to the eerie reputation of the ranch. The legend of the Skinwalker had come to life in the early 2000s, leaving no doubt that the forces that dwell within the desolation of Skinwalker Ranch are very real and very malevolent. In the years that followed, tales of strange lights in the sky, ghostly apparitions, and unsettling encounters continued to emerge from the ranch. The witness's story served as a chilling reminder that there are places on this earth where the veil between our world and the supernatural is dangerously thin. As you sit in the darkness, pondering the horrors that unfolded on Skinwalker Ranch, remember that there are places where the unknown reigns supreme, and where the creatures of legend and nightmare walk among us. The Skinwalker encounter of the early 2000s is a cautionary tale, a testament to the unexplained mysteries that continue to haunt the darkest corners of our world. The Vanishing Cattle, a terrifying tale of Skinwalker Ranch. In the heartland of Utah, nestled beneath a sinister shadow that loomed over the vast and desolate landscape, lay the notorious Skinwalker Ranch. This sprawling expanse of land had long been associated with eerie occurrences and unexplained phenomena. Among the countless enigmas that shrouded the ranch, one unsettling legend stood out: the Vanishing Cattle. The mid-1900s were a tumultuous time for ranchers in the region, as they faced not only the challenges of their trade but also the inexplicable dread that had gripped them. The tales of cattle disappearing without a trace sent shivers down the spines of those who called Skinwalker Ranch their home. The Skinwalker Ranch, with its endless fields and isolated terrain, had been a source of sustenance for generations of ranchers. In the mid-1900s, as the legend goes, ranchers began experiencing a harrowing phenomenon. Their prized cattle, the lifeblood of their livelihood, were vanishing into thin air. This was no ordinary rustling. There were no signs of struggle, no tracks leading away, and no evidence of theft. The mystery began with whispers among the ranchers, as they gathered around the campfire on cold, moonless nights. Tales of their disappearing livestock grew like wildfire, and soon, fear took root in every corner of the ranch. A pall of dread hung heavy over Skinwalker Ranch. One of the ranchers, an elderly man named Jedediah, was the first to experience the horrors of the vanishing cattle. On a chill autumn morning, as the sun painted the horizon with shades of crimson, he ventured out to check on his prized herd. What he discovered would haunt him until his dying days. An entire section of his cattle had disappeared, leaving no trace behind. The remaining animals stood still, their eyes filled with terror, as if they had witnessed something unfathomable. Jedediah's account was met with disbelief from the townsfolk, who suspected him of either being delusional or covering up some misfortune. But soon, others began to share his plight. The ranchers, who were once tight-knit and trusted each other, now eyed each other warily. They knew that something malevolent lurked in the shadows, something that defied all rational explanation. As the tales of the vanishing cattle continued to spread, ranchers became desperate. They tried everything from hiring guards to setting up traps, but none of their efforts yielded results. The cattle continued to vanish, as if they were being plucked from this earthly realm by an unseen force. The unease in the region escalated to a fever pitch, and the townsfolk began to seek solace in folklore and superstition. Whispers of skinwalkers, shape-shifting beings of Navajo legend, started to circulate. Some believed that these creatures were responsible for the cattle's disappearance, exacting revenge on the ranchers for disturbing their sacred land. As the ranchers' desperation grew, they sought the counsel of a local elder who had knowledge of the Navajo law. The elder, wise and stoic, listened to their tales with a grave expression. He spoke of ancient legends and warned them that the ranch sat on sacred ground, a place where the boundary between this world and the next was thin. The elder's words only deepened the sense of dread, but the ranchers clung to any explanation, no matter how unsettling. In a final act of desperation, the ranchers organized a nighttime stakeout, hoping to catch a glimpse of the mysterious culprits. They positioned themselves in strategic locations, armed with lanterns and rifles, ready to confront the unknown. The night air was thick with tension, and the sound of crickets seemed like a sinister orchestra playing a foreboding melody. As the hours dragged on, the ranchers' eyes darted nervously between the darkness and their cattle. Then, without warning, an eerie hush fell over the land. The wind ceased its whispering, and the cattle grew restless. The ranchers felt an oppressive weight in the air, a palpable sense of malevolence. And then, it happened. A shape, indistinct and shrouded in darkness, emerged from the gloom. It moved with an unnatural grace, its form shifting and contorting like a shadow come to life. Panic swept through the ranchers, and they fumbled for their lanterns, illuminating the night with a feeble glow. In that brief, horrifying moment, they caught a glimpse of the entity responsible for the vanishing cattle. It was a creature like none they had ever seen, a twisted, nightmarish being that defied explanation. Its eyes glowed with an otherworldly malevolence, and its presence exuded an aura of terror. The ranchers, overwhelmed by fear, fired their rifles in a desperate attempt to ward off the creature. But their bullets seemed to pass through it, as if it were a specter from another realm. The entity let out an unearthly, chilling howl that sent shivers down their spines, and then, in a blur of movement, it vanished into the inky darkness. The ranchers were left trembling in the aftermath of the encounter, their minds unable to comprehend the horrors they had witnessed. It was a night they would never forget, a night that confirmed their worst fears about Skinwalker Ranch. In the years that followed, the legend of the vanishing cattle only grew, shrouding Skinwalker Ranch in an aura of dread and mystery. The ranchers who had once called it home abandoned their land, leaving behind only echoes of their terror. The truth of what truly happened to their cattle remained a chilling enigma, a tale that would be whispered around campfires for generations to come. The Skinwalker Ranch, with its dark secrets and unexplained phenomena, continued to cast a long and menacing shadow over the Utah landscape. And while skeptics may scoff at the notion of supernatural forces at play, those who had witnessed the vanishing cattle knew that some mysteries were best left unexplored, hidden in the depths of the unknown. The UFO sightings of Skinwalker Ranch, late 1990s. A terrifying encounter. In the eerie expanse of Utah's Uinta Basin, there exists a place shrouded in mystery and fear, a place that has become synonymous with the unexplainable. This place is Skinwalker Ranch, a name that sends shivers down the spine of anyone familiar with the chilling tales that have emanated from its otherworldly grounds. In the late 1990s, Skinwalker Ranch became the epicenter of a series of hair-raising UFO sightings that defied conventional explanation, plunging the entire region into a nightmarish world of the unknown. The story of Skinwalker Ranch's paranormal activity traces its roots to the native Ute people, who believed the area was cursed. They spoke of shape-shifting creatures, known as skinwalkers, who could transform into animals at will and possess dark, malevolent powers. These legends endured through generations, passed down as cautionary tales meant to keep trespassers at bay. But it wasn't until the late 1990s that the ranch catapulted into the national spotlight, thanks to a family who would unwittingly become the epicenter of these spine-tingling encounters. Terry and Gwen Sherman, along with their 2 children, moved to the ranch in the hopes of a peaceful, idyllic life away from the hustle and bustle of city living. Little did they know that they were stepping into a world of unimaginable terror. The first signs of the inexplicable phenomena appeared soon after the Shermans took residence. At first, it was small, easily dismissed oddities, unexplained footsteps echoing through the night, the eerie sensation of being watched, and unidentifiable noises emanating from the darkness. But it didn't take long for these unsettling occurrences to escalate into full-blown nightmares. The Shermans, along with neighbors and ranch hands, reported witnessing bizarre lights in the night sky, lights that defied the laws of physics. These orbs would dance and dart through the atmosphere, sometimes appearing to merge into one before vanishing into the void. Descriptions of these lights ranged from brilliant white to fiery red, often accompanied by an oppressive sense of dread that left observers paralyzed with fear. One chilling incident that stands out occurred on a frigid winter's night. As Terry Sherman ventured out to check on his cattle, he stumbled upon an unearthly sight. Hovering just above the snow-covered ground was a colossal, metallic craft, unlike any man-made vehicle he had ever seen. It emanated an eerie, pulsating hum, sending shockwaves of terror through his body. Frozen in place, he watched as the craft silently glided away, vanishing into the night. This close encounter left Terry forever scarred, and he would recount it with a palpable sense of dread for years to come. But the UFO sightings were only the beginning of the horrors that awaited the Shermans and anyone brave enough to venture near Skinwalker Ranch. Soon, the creatures from the darkest corners of the unknown began to make their presence known. Invisible forces seemed to stalk the family and their livestock. Cattle mutilations became disturbingly common, with animals found with inexplicable injuries, surgical precision evident in the grotesque wounds. Terrified ranch hands recounted tales of encountering massive, shadowy figures that appeared to be a grotesque amalgamation of man and beast, lurking on the periphery of their vision, always just out of reach. The Shermans' dogs fared no better, often disappearing without a trace, only to reappear later with blank, vacant expressions and an unnerving lack of vitality. Their once beloved pets now resembled empty shells, mere husks of the lively animals they once were. It wasn't long before the Shermans realized they were living in a living nightmare, a realm where reality itself seemed to warp and twist. Scientific instruments recorded inexplicable phenomena, spikes in radiation, magnetic anomalies, and bursts of unexplained energy that defied all scientific understanding. Despite numerous attempts by experts and investigators to unravel the mysteries of Skinwalker Ranch, the forces at play remained stubbornly beyond explanation. The Shermans, desperate and terror-stricken, eventually decided to abandon the ranch, leaving behind their dreams and aspirations, forever haunted by the horrors they had witnessed. But Skinwalker Ranch, it seemed, had no intention of letting them go. As they drove away from the cursed land, a sinister voice crackled through their car's radio, uttering chilling words that seared into their souls. "You are not alone." The legend of the late 1990s UFO sightings at Skinwalker Ranch continued to spread like wildfire throughout the Uinta Basin and beyond. Witnesses and investigators alike grappled with the chilling realization that they had ventured into a realm where the boundaries between the known and the unexplainable were blurred beyond recognition. Each encounter with the unexplained left them with more questions than answers, driving some to the brink of madness. The government's involvement only deepened the sense of dread surrounding Skinwalker Ranch. Rumors circulated that the ranch had been the subject of clandestine military experiments, with whispers of top-secret projects attempting to harness the otherworldly energies that permeated the land. The truth remained elusive, buried beneath layers of official secrecy and disinformation. As the years rolled on, the UFO sightings at Skinwalker Ranch slowly faded from the headlines, replaced by other stories and mysteries. But for those who had experienced the horrors firsthand, the scars never healed, and the terror of that dark chapter in their lives continued to haunt their every waking moment. Today, Skinwalker Ranch stands as a foreboding testament to the enigmatic forces that lurk in the shadows of our reality. It serves as a chilling reminder that there are places on this earth where the line between the known and the unknown is perilously thin, where the veil that separates us from the mysteries of the universe is at its most fragile. The late 1990s UFO sightings at Skinwalker Ranch remain a cautionary tale for all who dare to tread on the edge of the unexplainable, a chilling account of a place where the boundaries of reality are forever in flux, and the darkness of the unknown awaits those who dare to venture too close. The Haunted Homestead, unveiling the secrets of Skinwalker Ranch, 1970s. In the vast expanse of the Utah wilderness, nestled deep within the desolate landscape, lies a place shrouded in mystery and terror. Known as the Skinwalker Ranch, this desolate stretch of land has long been rumored to harbor inexplicable and horrifying occurrences. It is a place where the line between the natural and the supernatural blurs, and where the darkest nightmares of those who dare to enter become reality. In the 1970s, one family would unwittingly stumble upon this nightmarish realm, setting in motion a chilling tale that would forever haunt the annals of paranormal history. It was the early 1970s when the Anderson family, tired of the hustle and bustle of city life, decided to embark on a quest for a simpler existence. They sought solace and serenity in the open arms of rural Utah, acquiring a seemingly idyllic homestead nestled amidst the arid, rolling hills. Little did they know that their dream of pastoral tranquility would soon transform into a relentless, haunting nightmare. As the Andersons settled into their new abode, life initially appeared peaceful. The homestead itself was an old, weathered structure, a testament to the passing of time and the memories it held within its time-worn walls. Yet, these walls also bore witness to something far more sinister than the fading echoes of time. Soon, the family began to experience strange and inexplicable phenomena that would forever alter the course of their lives. It began with peculiar sightings, glimpses of shadowy figures lurking at the fringes of their property. The Andersons would often catch sight of these mysterious entities, their forms wavering in the moonlight like wisps of smoke. At first, they dismissed these sightings as mere tricks of the imagination, the products of an overactive mind in the midst of adapting to a new and unfamiliar environment. But it didn't end there. As the days turned into weeks, the sightings escalated into something far more sinister. The Andersons claimed to have encountered strange creatures that defied all logic and reason. These grotesque beings were unlike anything seen in the natural world. Some resembled deformed wolves, their eyes filled with an unholy intelligence that sent shivers down the spines of anyone who dared to gaze upon them. Others took on forms that defied all description, as though they had been plucked from the darkest recesses of a twisted imagination. As the family ventured deeper into the ranch's bleak landscape, they heard eerie, otherworldly noises that seemed to emanate from nowhere and everywhere simultaneously. Ghastly cries and unearthly wails pierced the night, echoing through the canyons and sending the Andersons into a state of perpetual dread. They would huddle together, clutching their loved ones, desperately seeking refuge from the unseen horrors that stalked them. Yet, it was the poltergeist activity that truly shattered their sense of normalcy. Objects would move of their own accord, levitating and hurling themselves across the room with malevolent force. Furniture would slide across the floor as if possessed by an unseen hand, and the walls themselves seemed to pulsate with an eerie energy. The family was no longer safe within their own home, as the very essence of the place had been tainted by forces beyond their comprehension. Desperate for answers and driven to the brink of madness, the Andersons sought out the help of local experts and paranormal investigators. These brave souls ventured onto the Skinwalker Ranch, armed with an arsenal of scientific equipment and a healthy dose of skepticism. Yet, what they encountered defied all explanation. Their equipment malfunctioned in the presence of the supernatural, rendering their efforts to capture evidence futile. The investigators themselves were not spared from the horrors that plagued the ranch. Some reported feeling an oppressive presence, as though an unseen force sought to suffocate them. Others claimed to have witnessed the same grotesque creatures that had tormented the Andersons, their eyes filled with malevolence. As word of the Andersons' ordeal spread, so too did the reputation of the Skinwalker Ranch as a place of unspeakable horror. The homestead became a hotspot for paranormal enthusiasts, thrill seekers, and those who sought to unravel the mysteries of the unknown. Yet, the ranch's sinister secrets remained elusive, locked away in the very fabric of the land itself. Over the years, the Skinwalker Ranch would become a symbol of the unexplainable and a testament to the limits of human understanding. Its dark legacy continued to grow, with countless tales of terror and inexplicable phenomena circulating through the years. It was a place where the natural and supernatural collided, where the boundaries between reality and nightmare blurred, and where the horrors that lurked in the shadows defied all rational explanation. The story of the Anderson family and their haunted homestead in the 1970s remains a chilling testament to the enduring mysteries of Skinwalker Ranch. It serves as a stark reminder that there are places in this world where the unknown holds sway, where the veil between the ordinary and the extraordinary is thin, and where the terrors of the nightmarish realms beyond can encroach upon our own. The haunting of the Skinwalker Ranch endures as a dark enigma, a place where the boundaries of reality are stretched to their limits, and where the terrors that lurk in the darkness defy all attempts at understanding.
First-person encounter, Black-eyed children, Texas, July 17, 1999. I had always enjoyed late-night drives, the serenity of an empty road, streetlights passing by in rhythmic procession. It had an almost meditative quality. But after that night, Every shadow in my rearview mirror seemed to hide a sinister secret. I was driving through a small Texas town, seeking a quaint diner I'd heard about. As I looked for parking, my car's headlights briefly illuminated two kids standing by a lamppost. They looked around 10 and 12, a girl and a boy, respectively. Their attire was oddly formal, the boy in a suit, the girl in a dress that looked straight out of the 60s. I parked and began checking my phone for the diner's address when there was a light tap on my passenger window. I looked up and nearly jumped out of my skin. The two kids were standing outside my car, their faces inches from the glass. Their eyes, they were completely black, no whites, no iris, just an endless abyss. Suppressing my initial shock, I rolled the window down a couple of inches. "Can I help you?" I stammered. "We need a ride home," the boy said, his voice cold and emotionless. The girl added, "We won't harm you, we just need to get home." There was a heavy silence. My heart pounded in my ears. Every instinct screamed at me to drive away. But then a nagging thought took hold. What if they were just kids in need? My rational mind grappled with the situation. Maybe they were wearing contacts, trying to scare unsuspecting passers-by for fun. "Why aren't you home? It's pretty late," I probed. "Our parents will be worried," the girl replied, ignoring my question. Something about her tone felt rehearsed, as if she was repeating a line from a script. I hesitated. "Look, there's a police station a few blocks from here. I can take you there and they can help you get home." The boy's face twisted into a frown. "No, we need to go to our house. Just let us in." There was a forcefulness in his demand, an urgency that felt oddly threatening. Panic gripped me. I began to roll up the window, but the girl spoke again, her voice desperate. "Please, we're just kids. Don't you want to help us?" Her plea would have sounded genuine if it weren't for those haunting eyes. My fingers trembled on the window switch, but as the window inched upwards, their voices became more insistent, more distorted. "Let us in. We need to come inside. Please, let us in." Their chant grew louder, drowning out my thoughts. But then something miraculous happened. The glow of headlights appeared in my rearview mirror. Another car was pulling into the lot. I seized the moment. With tires screeching, I sped out of the parking space and onto the road. In my panicked state, I didn't stop until I reached the next town, some 30 miles away. I finally pulled over at a gas station, my breathing ragged, my shirt soaked in sweat. The attendant, an old man with a grizzled beard, noticed my distress. "Everything all right, son?" he asked, genuine concern in his eyes. I hesitated, then spilled out my story. He listened intently, his face growing paler as I described the children's black eyes. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "You're lucky you got away. There have been tales of them black-eyed kids round these parts. Whoever lets them in, they ain't never seen again." I felt a shiver run down my spine. The realization of the danger I had narrowly avoided hit me all at once. After thanking the attendant and promising to be careful, I continued my journey. But I never took those late-night drives again. To this day, I don't know who or what those children were. Were they ghosts, demons, or something far more sinister? I've spent countless hours researching, trying to find answers, but one thing's for certain. If you ever encounter children with pitch-black eyes asking to be let in, for God's sake, drive away, and don't look back. The Communion Encounter, December 26, 1985. The snow outside Whitley Strieber's upstate New York cabin painted a serene picture. Christmas had just passed, leaving behind a lingering sense of warmth and coziness. The fireplace in the living room crackled, casting a gentle glow over the room. That evening, as Strieber sat writing in his study, he felt an unusual chill. His dog at his feet began to growl softly, eyes fixed on the window. Peering out, Strieber saw nothing but the vast expanse of snow. Dismissing the dog's reaction as a response to some wildlife, he turned back to his work. But then the lights flickered. The familiar hum of the generator grew erratic, then abruptly silenced. In the sudden darkness, a blinding light streamed in through the window. Strieber shielded his eyes, trying to adjust. That's when he saw them. Figures, shadowed and diverse, stood outside. There were the slender grey beings, their large almond-shaped eyes devoid of emotion. Alongside them stood more human-like entities, but with an otherworldly aura. Their eyes were a deep shade of gold, and they wore robes that shimmered as if woven from stardust. Before he could react, Strieber found himself outside, standing amidst them. His surroundings had changed. No longer was he in the snow-covered landscape. but instead in a vast chamber with walls that pulsated and glowed. A grey alien approached him, its fingers long and slender. It touched Strieber's forehead. Images flashed before his eyes, memories of his past, snippets of his present, and unfamiliar scenes from a possible future. It was as if this being was reading him, extracting information, experiences, emotions. One of the human-like entities stepped forward, its golden eyes locking onto Strieber's. In his mind, he heard a voice, melodic yet authoritative. "We are hybrids, Whitley," the being communicated. "You've always felt different, haven't you? Drawn to the skies, searching for answers, for connection. That's because a part of you belongs to us." Strieber felt a rush of emotions, memories of strange dreams, nocturnal visits, and a lifelong fascination with the cosmos flooded back. Was he one of them? A hybrid? The golden-eyed being continued. "Generations ago, we began a project, intertwining our DNA with that of select humans, aiming for a harmonious existence. You, Whitley, are a result of that project." Flabbergasted, Strieber tried to process the revelation. Was his entire life a lie? The stories, the dreams, the odd occurrences, did they all lead to this moment? "We've watched you, guided you. Your writings, your curiosity, they've been a beacon to us," another voice echoed, this time from a grey being. "But why?" Strieber managed to ask. "Why me? Why now?" The golden-eyed being responded. "The world is at a precipice. Mankind's actions are driving it to ruin. We've revealed ourselves to you because your voice carries weight. Through your writings, you can inspire change, bridge the gap between our worlds. Together, we can steer humanity towards a brighter, unified future." Suddenly, the surroundings began to dissolve. Strieber felt a sensation of floating, and then he was back in his cabin. The lights restored, the warmth of the fireplace embracing him once more. The only evidence of his otherworldly experience was the snow melted in a perfect circle outside his window. Shaken, Strieber immediately began documenting the encounter. The result was Communion, a best-selling account of his abduction, the revelation of his hybrid lineage, and the urgent message of interstellar unity. The world reacted with a mix of disbelief, awe, and curiosity. As debates raged, Strieber found himself at the epicenter, championing the cause of unity, environmental consciousness, and the possibility of a hybrid connection. While some dismissed Communion as fiction, many others felt a resonance, an inexplicable connection with the narrative. Around the world, people reported similar encounters, dreams, and memories. Was it possible that hybrids were more common than believed? Were they among us, guiding us, pushing us towards a brighter future? As the years passed, the lines between fact and fiction blurred. But one thing was clear. Strieber's Communion encounter had left an indelible mark on the collective consciousness, pushing humanity to question its place in the vast cosmos and the potential for a future that was not just human, but hybrid.
The Black-Eyed Children. Encounter in Abilene, Texas, 2012. It was a bitterly cold winter's night when I first encountered the Black-Eyed Children. I was parked at a desolate gas station, my car's engine idling as I waited for the signal to turn green. That's when I saw them, 2 children, a boy and a girl, standing in the flickering light of the station's sign. They seemed innocent enough at first, their faces pale and their clothes strangely outdated. But as they approached my car, an unsettling feeling crawled up my spine. They knocked on my window, their voices barely audible through the glass. "Can we get in, please?" the boy asked, his black eyes devoid of any humanity. I hesitated, something deep within me warning against it, but I couldn't resist their persistent pleas. I unlocked the car and they climbed inside. As we sat there in the cold silence, I couldn't help but notice their eyes, those pure black orbs that seemed to suck the light from the night itself. I tried to make small talk, but my words fell on deaf ears. Suddenly, the power in the gas station flickered, plunging us into darkness. Panic set in as I fumbled for my phone's flashlight. When the light pierced the black, I finally saw their malevolent nature. Their mouths curled into sinister grins, revealing rows of sharp, pointed teeth. "Our parents are here," they hissed in unison from the back seat. My heart raced as I turned to look out the rear window. 2 tall, slender figures stood at the end of the driveway, their eyes also black as night. I waved, but they remained motionless, their intent clear. The children and their eerie companions departed together, leaving the car and the gas station in darkness. When the power finally returned, I was left shaken and scarred. In the weeks that followed, my life unraveled. My pets vanished one by one and my husband's health deteriorated rapidly. He was diagnosed with aggressive skin cancer, a disease that seemed to appear out of nowhere. The black-eyed children had left their mark, a curse that followed us from that fateful night. I couldn't escape the feeling that they were more than just malevolent children. They were something otherworldly, something sinister, and I had let them in.
The Manhattan transfer abduction, November 30th, 1989. Linda Napolitano always considered herself a rational person. She had lived a fairly mundane life in her 12th-floor apartment in the heart of Manhattan. Each day was filled with routine: work, cook, read, sleep, and repeat. But on a cold evening on November 30th, 1989, her life's trajectory changed in ways she couldn't fathom. Earlier that night, Linda felt a curious heaviness in the air, as if the atmosphere itself was filled with static. Every time she tried to sleep, her skin tingled with a peculiar sensation. Unbeknownst to her, 2 security officers, Agent Martinez and Agent Steele, were transporting a VIP through the same area. They had the streets locked down, ensuring a safe passage for their charge. Linda tried to shake off the feeling by reading a book, but with each word she read, the heaviness in the atmosphere seemed to increase, drowning her in a surreal fog. A soft, melodic hum then began to vibrate through her apartment. It was both comforting and alarming. Linda's head snapped to her window, her gaze drawn to an orb-like craft hovering outside, glowing softly in the night sky. Her terror was palpable when 3 figures appeared in her room. At first glance they looked like humans, but their elongated fingers and grey-tinged skin hinted at something else. The most striking feature was their eyes, a captivating mixture of human emotion and the vast, cold depths of the cosmos. Without speaking, one of the beings touched Linda's forehead. Her panic dissipated instantly. They weren't here to harm her, she somehow knew. One of them, seemingly the leader, gestured toward the window. In a mesmerizing display, Linda felt herself floating, her form transparent and ethereal. The city lights twinkled below as she ascended towards the hovering craft. Agent Martinez, watching from the ground, couldn't believe his eyes. "Steele," he whispered hoarsely, "are you seeing this?" The form of a woman was floating upward, flanked by beings not of this earth. They too were staring in shock. Their VIP, a high-ranking government official, whispered in horror, "It's really true." Aboard the craft, Linda found herself in a room filled with ambient light. The hybrid beings communicated not with words, but with emotions and images, a direct mental link that transcended language. They showed her their home, a dying world, where their evolution had taken a wrong turn. Their fusion with humanity was their last hope, a desperate attempt to save both their kind and, indirectly, the humans too. It wasn't an invasion, it was a collaboration, one that Linda found herself inexplicably linked to. As they shared their knowledge and memories, Linda experienced a lifetime of another world in mere moments. And then, just as suddenly as it began, she was back in her room, the beings gone and the mysterious craft disappearing into the night sky. Agents Martinez and Steele rushed to Linda's apartment building, compelled to understand what they had witnessed. They found her, shaken but unharmed. Their VIP insisted on speaking to her privately. With an intensity in his eyes, he confessed, "Years ago I too was taken. They showed me the same visions." Linda's abduction wasn't an isolated incident. It was a chapter in a grander narrative, a collaboration between 2 worlds. The hybrids, these human-alien emissaries, were among the people, working discreetly, hoping to integrate and save both races. News of the Manhattan transfer abduction spread. For some, it was just another outlandish tale. But for Linda, the agents, and a few select others, it was a profound revelation that changed their understanding of life and their place in the cosmos. The hybrids were here, and they came not as conquerors, but as brethren seeking union and survival. The Travis Walton case, November 5, 1975. The snow-covered forests of Arizona were rarely silent. Between the rustling of pines and the creaking of old wood, it was a place teeming with life. Yet, on the 5th of November 1975, as the sun slipped beneath the horizon, a chilling hush fell over the woods. Travis Walton and his crew had been logging all day. Exhausted and dreaming of a hot meal, they loaded their truck, the headlights breaking the encroaching darkness, but as they navigated through the dense woods, a mysterious glow pierced the tree line, growing brighter and more intense. The crew pulled to a stop, jaws agape. Suspended in the air was a silver, shimmering disc. Every instinct told Travis to drive away, but an inexplicable urge pulled him from the truck. He advanced toward the hovering object, captivated by its mesmerizing dance of light. Suddenly, a beam of energy struck him. His crew members screamed, scrambling to restart the truck and flee. They sped away, leaving the now lifeless body of Travis behind. 5 days passed. The crew, initially hesitant, eventually reported the incident. As expected, they were met with disbelief and suspicion. They were accused of foul play, even murder. But then, a call came through. It was Travis. Dazed, dehydrated, and wearing the same clothes he'd disappeared in, Travis recounted a tale that defied comprehension. He spoke of waking up on a sleek, cold table, the air thick and sterile. Above him loomed figures, greys he called them, with large, bulbous heads, deep-set, almond-shaped eyes and slender bodies. But they weren't the only ones present. Alongside the greys were humanoids, startlingly human in appearance, but there was something off. Their skin appeared translucent, eyes slightly larger, and their movements eerily synchronized. These beings, Travis believed, were hybrids, a union of human and alien DNA. They seemed to command the greys, directing them with silent gestures. Travis was moved from chamber to chamber, sometimes examined, sometimes simply observed. The hybrids always watched with an intense curiosity. On the third day, or what he perceived as the third day given the timeless quality of the ship, one hybrid, distinguishable by a slight scar on its cheek, approached Travis. Its touch was cold, but its gaze conveyed something almost familiar, empathy. In fragmented English it communicated, "You fear, understand, we learn, you return." And return he did. Travis found himself back in the woods, the ship disappearing into the night sky. In the days that followed, Travis grappled with his experience. Dreams and reality blended, and his mind teetered on the brink of sanity. Desperate for answers, he revisited the abduction site. There, imprinted in the snow, was a single set of footprints, humanoid, but with slight webbing between the toes. Weeks turned into months, and Travis began to receive mysterious letters. Penned in elegant, almost antiquated handwriting, they were signed only by the initial H. The letters spoke of knowledge, unity, and purpose. They hinted at the hybrid's goals: to bridge two worlds, to understand and be understood. But for what end? The letters became Travis's secret obsession. Each one contained a puzzle, a clue leading him deeper into the hybrid enigma. They spoke of star alignments, ancient civilizations, and DNA manipulation, and always there was the promise of another encounter. Then, one cold winter night, as Travis lay in bed, he heard it, the familiar hum of the ship. Drawn once again, he ventured outside, where the glowing disk awaited. The beam of light engulfed him, and he was aboard once more. The scar-faced hybrid greeted him. "You seek, now understand." In a series of rapid images, Travis was shown the Earth's history, its potential, its failures, its tipping point. He saw the hybrid's creation, their purpose as mediators and protectors. He felt their pain at being torn between two worlds, belonging to neither. "You bridge," the hybrid whispered. "You teach." With that, Travis was returned, his mind ablaze with newfound purpose. He began to write, speak, and share his experiences, not as a victim, but as an ambassador. The story of Travis Walton is not just one of abduction, but of connection. A reminder that in the vast cosmos there might be forces, whether grey, humanoid, or hybrid, that seek not to harm, but to understand, to bridge gaps, forge alliances, and protect a world teetering on the brink. In the depths of the Arizona woods, where the tale began, a single set of hybrid footprints reminds us of the mysteries that bind us, the universe around us, and the potential that lies ahead. The French government, through its GIPAN, Group for the Study and Information on Unidentified Aerial Phenomena, has been one of the most transparent national entities in terms of releasing UFO, or UAP, Unidentified Aerial Phenomena, data to the public. From one of their reports, the Transon Provance case, January 8, 1981. The quaint town of Transon Provence was generally a serene place. For René, a farmer who'd been tending to his land for nearly 30 years, nothing had ever been out of the ordinary, until that day. On the morning of January 8, 1981, René was pruning his olive trees when a peculiar shadow caught his attention. A saucer-shaped object, gleaming with an otherworldly silver hue, descended from the sky and settled onto his land just beyond a patch of lavender. Frozen in shock, René could only gawk as the craft rested there for what felt like an eternity, though it was merely minutes, and as abruptly as it had arrived, it rose into the sky, disappearing with a muted hum, leaving behind a swirl of disturbed dust. Regaining his composure, René raced to the landing site. The earth was scorched, leaving an almost perfect circle where no grass would likely grow again. The outer edge of the circle showed signs of having been compressed by a significant weight, and a strange resin-like substance dotted the center. Unable to make heads or tails of what he had witnessed, René reported the incident to the local police. Word spread like wildfire, and within days, GEPAN, the unit for the study and information of unexplained aerospace phenomena, arrived to investigate. Lead investigator Dr. Lucienne Dupont was renowned for her skepticism, but was intrigued by the scene. The residue, she noted, was unlike anything she'd ever come across. "This is not of terrestrial origin," she murmured. That night, the team set up camp nearby, hoping to catch any further sightings. As darkness fell, the silence of the countryside was pierced by a low-frequency hum. From the darkness emerged small figures, humanoid in shape but with elongated limbs and iridescent skin. They were drawn to the landing site, inspecting the ground and communicating in a series of clicks and chirps. Dr. Dupont, hidden behind a thicket, watched in horror and fascination. One of the beings, seemingly noticing her, approached and locked eyes. Its eyes were vast, black orbs, which seemed to suck in all surrounding light. Dupont felt a connection, a barrage of images and emotions flooding her mind, scenes of interstellar travels, the death of stars, and a desperate search for refuge. Suddenly, the figures retreated. Dupont watched as they boarded another saucer, this one more transparent, revealing other beings inside, some seemingly in stasis. The craft took off, and the night once again belonged to the crickets and the owls. Dupont, her worldview shattered, reported her findings to her superiors. But her story was met with derision. The physical evidence, the soil samples, the resin, were confiscated, and she was advised to take a sabbatical. Years later, the Transon Provence case remained one of the few where physical evidence of an extraterrestrial encounter was recorded, but its true nature was buried beneath layers of government secrecy. However, those who knew, like Dupont, could never forget. The image of those beings, the weight of their silent plea, haunted her. They weren't invaders or conquerors, but refugees, drifting through the cosmos in search of a new home. And as she gazed at the night sky, Dr. Lucienne Dupont couldn't help but wonder if our planet, with its wars, pollution, and self-destructive tendencies, would one day send its own children into the vastness of space, searching for refuge among the stars. The GEPAN, Group for the Study and Information of Unidentified Aerial Phenomena, which operates under the French Space Agency, CNES, has been responsible for the collection, research and dissemination of UFO or UAP sighting reports in France since the late 1970s. From one of their reports, the Valeno UFO Incident, July 1, 1965. The sun had not yet reached its zenith over the small Provençal town of Valensole, France, but it was already promising to be a scorching day. Maurice Masse, a seasoned farmer, was out early, tending to his lavender fields. The rhythmic dance of cicadas and the fragrant aroma of blooming flowers created a soothing ambience. But as he was about to realize, tranquility can be deceiving. While pulling out some weeds near the edge of his field, Maurice heard a peculiar hissing sound. Looking up, he witnessed a metallic, saucer-shaped object, no bigger than his tractor, gently descending onto his land. Stunned, he watched as the object landed silently, barely disturbing the ground beneath. Maurice's initial shock was replaced with curiosity. Perhaps it was a new military craft. He decided to approach, driven by an inexplicable urge to understand. But as he neared the craft, two figures emerged. They were unlike any beings Maurice had ever seen, short, with pale, almost translucent skin. Their eyes were elongated and opaque, and their heads seemed disproportionately large for their bodies. In their hands they held strange instruments that glowed with a faint light. Frozen in place, Maurice could do nothing but stare as one of the creatures pointed its device towards him. a sharp, tingling sensation washed over his body, and he found himself unable to move or speak, paralyzed by an invisible force. Only his eyes remained free, darting around in panic. The humanoids approached him, their movements graceful and fluid. They communicated silently among themselves with brief glances and subtle gestures. One of the beings touched Maurice's forehead with its slender fingers. In that moment, a flood of images and emotions washed over him, scenes of distant galaxies, unknown landscapes, and strange otherworldly civilizations. While this silent communion transpired, the second being collected soil and lavender samples, placing them into compartments in the craft. Minutes felt like hours, and then, as suddenly as they had appeared, the beings returned to their vessel. The craft began to vibrate with that same soft hiss, and in a blink it was gone, leaving the lavender fields untouched save for a small, scorched circle of earth. The paralysis lifted from Maurice, and he crumbled to the ground, his mind reeling from the experience. What had just occurred? Had they meant him harm, or was it something more profound? Racing back to town, Maurice shared his encounter. While many dismissed his story as the delusions of an overheated mind, some believed. Especially when similar incidents were reported across the region. Years passed, and the tale of the Valeno UFO Incident became the stuff of legend, discussed in hushed tones in local taverns and whispered around campfires. Maurice's life was never the same. The once carefree farmer became a recluse, rarely seen outside his property. But those who dared approach his farm on quiet nights reported seeing strange lights in the sky and hearing soft, otherworldly humming. Rumors spread that the aliens had left something behind. Some said it was a portal to another dimension. Others believed Maurice was now in telepathic communication with the visitors. One evening, a group of curious townsfolk decided to venture onto Maurice's property. As they neared the scorched patch of land, they felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The air was thick and electric, and the ground pulsated beneath them. In the center of the circle stood Maurice, older now, his eyes vacant. Around him, the lavender had grown tall and twisted, glowing with a soft luminescence. And from the earth, a soft melodic hum emanated, resonating with the very core of their beings. One brave soul, a young woman named Amelie, approached Maurice. She placed a hand on his shoulder, and a flood of emotions and visions overtook her, just as they had him years ago. She saw the cosmos, galaxies merging and stars dying. She felt the joy and sorrow of countless civilizations, and she understood. The visitors weren't conquerors or explorers. They were historians, documenting the life and essence of every planet they encountered. The group left Maurice's farm that night forever changed. They realized that the Valeno UFO incident was not a tale of horror, but one of profound connection. A reminder that in the vastness of the universe, every life, every emotion is a story worth telling. But the haunting hum of Valeno's lavender fields remains, a gentle echo of that fateful day, calling out to the stars. The abduction of Antonio Villas-Boas, October 15, 1957. The night was quiet over the Brazilian farmlands, and the air held an expectant energy. Antonio Villas-Boas was out tilling his fields under the luminescence of the stars. He always found serenity in the night. The labor was taxing, but the solitude was worth it. Suddenly, the silence was interrupted by a deep, humming sound, growing louder with every passing second. Antonio paused, feeling the vibrations under his feet. He looked up and saw a reddish light in the sky. It appeared to be moving closer, descending rapidly. As the light approached, the humming intensified. It was no longer just a light. It was a craft. Unlike any aircraft Antonio had ever seen, it hovered a few feet off the ground, its metallic surface reflecting the moonlight, pulsing with a strange energy. Antonio's initial curiosity turned to fear as four figures emerged from the craft. They weren't human, their skin was pale, their eyes disproportionately large and luminous, and they moved with a synchronized grace that was both mesmerizing and terrifying. Before Antonio could react, one of the beings pointed a rod-like device at him. He felt his limbs go numb and he collapsed to the ground, paralyzed but fully conscious. The beings approached and communicated amongst themselves in a series of high-pitched tones. They then carefully lifted Antonio and carried him into their ship. Inside, the environment was sterile and bathed in a pale blue light. Antonio tried to scream, but no sound came out. The beings placed him on a metal table, and instruments he couldn't recognize emerged from the walls. They probed and examined him, taking samples. Suddenly, a door slid open and another figure stepped in. This one was different, more humanoid. She had clear, radiant skin, ruby-red eyes, and long, silvery hair. She looked at Antonio, and he felt an immediate connection. Somehow he understood that she was a higher being, a leader of sorts. She communicated not in words, but directly into his mind. "Do not be afraid," her voice echoed in his thoughts. "We mean no harm. We are explorers like you. We traverse the vast expanse of the cosmos, seeking knowledge and understanding." While she spoke, Antonio felt a sharp sting in his arm. Looking down, he saw one of the beings extracting a vial of his blood. The female being continued, "We are studying the various life forms of the universe. You, Antonio Villas-Boas, have been chosen as a representative of humanity." She moved closer, her fingers gently caressing his forehead. "You have a unique energy, Antonio. You possess a combination of intellect and emotion that intrigues us. We want to understand the human experience." Antonio was overwhelmed. The fear was still there, but it was now mixed with awe and wonder. He tried to speak, to ask questions, but the paralysis rendered him mute. The female being leaned down, her lips brushing against his. For a fleeting moment, the world disappeared. Time seemed to stretch and distort. Images flashed before his eyes, his family, his friends, moments from his past and visions of a future he could not recognize. When the connection broke, the paralysis began to wane. The beings helped him to his feet, guiding him back to the entrance of the craft. The female being whispered one last message into his mind. "Remember this experience, Antonio. Share it, but know that many will doubt. Your journey has only just begun." With that, Antonio found himself outside, the craft rising into the sky, the reddish light fading into the starry expanse. The hum was replaced by the familiar sounds of the night. Shaken and disoriented, he made his way home, wrestling with what had just occurred. Was it real, or had fatigue induced a vivid hallucination? Years passed, and Antonio transitioned from farming to law, but the memory of that night remained clear. He shared his story, facing ridicule and disbelief, but he never wavered. He bore the physical marks of his encounter, and in time became a beacon for others who had experienced the inexplicable. The abduction of Antonio Villas-Boas became a seminal event in the annals of ufology. Many sought answers, but Antonio knew the truth. He had touched the stars, communed with beings from another world, and his life would never be the same again. The case of Alan Godfrey, police constable, November 1980. The stillness of the Todmorden housing estate was ruptured by the faint jingling of cowbells. Police Constable Alan Godfrey was on a mission quite unlike any other in his career, chasing a herd of runaway cows. As the fog rolled in that November evening, visibility was dwindling. The soft thud of hooves was barely audible, and Godfrey relied more on his instinct than his senses, but the fog carried a strange luminance. It felt as if it was emanating from a specific source, a beacon perhaps. Chasing the echo of cowbells, Godfrey turned into a narrow lane. There, to his disbelief, floated an enormous diamond-shaped object. Hovering just 5 feet off the ground, its shimmer was intensified by the raindrops glancing off its surface. It slowly rotated on its axis, the center remaining mysteriously still. In a moment of instinct, Godfrey sketched the peculiar sight onto his notepad. But as he glanced up, a blinding light washed over him, its intensity overshadowing the surrounding streetlights. And then, darkness. He jolted awake in his patrol car, confused and disoriented. The strange diamond-shaped entity had vanished. The only proof of its presence was the circular whirlpool pattern on the road surface. Leaves, twigs and debris had arranged themselves into an intricate, autumn-themed spiral, resembling a crop circle. The serenity of this spiral was a stark contrast to the inner turmoil Godfrey felt. The days that followed were a maelstrom of activity. Ministry of Defense officials, with their grim expressions and terse questions, visited Godfrey. Envelopes from Russian scientists arrived, filled with diagrams and speculative theories. The press, both local and international, was voracious, turning Todmorden into a mecca for UFO enthusiasts. Godfrey, ever the Yorkshireman, was resolute. "I know what I saw," he would often reiterate to those who ridiculed him. But in his heart, there was a cavern of doubt. The nagging question remained: what had transpired during the time he lost? To unearth those obscured memories, Godfrey underwent hypnosis. The sessions were arduous. In one, he recollected ethereal beings with an intent not malicious but curious. There were fragmented memories of being inside the diamond-shaped object, of being observed, and then a sensation of weightlessness before finding himself back in his patrol car. Yet, as word of Godfrey's recollections spread, skepticism grew. Colleagues snickered behind his back, newspapers sensationalized his accounts, and slowly, Godfrey found himself isolated. But the winds of belief and acceptance are fickle. Over the decades, as more high-ranking officials and reputed figures began acknowledging the inexplicable phenomena in our skies, Godfrey's story was revisited with newfound respect. Years later, when former US President Barack Obama made his statement, it served as a validation of sorts. While it didn't provide definitive answers, it reinforced Godfrey's belief in the veracity of his experience. Now, at 73, sitting in his modest home in Todmorden, surrounded by yellowed newspaper clippings and faded sketches, Godfrey often revisits that fateful November evening. The questions still linger, and perhaps they always will. But with age, Godfrey has found solace. As dusk descends and the shadows grow long, he often peers into the skies, waiting. Maybe, just maybe, they might return one day to finish their conversation. And this time, Alan Godfrey will be ready. The case of Terry Lovelace, June 1977, as reported in his book called Incident at Devil's Den. The autumn chill of 2017 whispered through the trees of Devil's Den State Park. Terry Lovelace, now 67 and long retired from his esteemed position as an Assistant Attorney General in Vermont, returned to the place that had haunted his dreams for 4 decades. He was drawn back, not just by curiosity, but also by an unyielding need for closure. On that fateful night in June 1977, Terry and Toby, both then young Air Force men, had laid out their camping gear beneath a tapestry of stars. They joked and laughed, their camaraderie echoing through the vast Arkansas wilderness. Yet as the evening matured, an eerie silence spread, muting the nocturnal chorus of crickets and frogs. Lovelace squinted into the horizon, 3 bright lights advancing toward their campsite. As the lights drew nearer, the outline of a gargantuan triangular prism emerged, its shadowy form stretching as wide as 2 city blocks. Fear gripped Terry as a blue laser flashed, sweeping over them. Its intensity made his eyes water, and a wave of drowsiness overcame him. The world faded to black. Awakening in a haze, Terry's vision adjusted to the dimness. Toby was beside him, staring out of the tent. As he followed Toby's gaze, his heart raced. Below the colossal triangular prism, figures that looked like children stood, but something about them felt unnatural. "What are these kids doing out here?" Terry whispered, a sense of unease curdling his thoughts. Toby's voice trembled. "They aren't little kids, don't you remember? They took us, Terry, they hurt us." A rush of fragmented memories crashed over Lovelace. Visions of being inside the massive UFO, cold metallic surfaces, strange instruments and unfamiliar beings with probing eyes. The pain, the experiments, the violation of his mind and body all became palpably real again. Years passed, and the weight of that night pressed heavily on Terry's shoulders. He visited therapists, hypnotists, and even tried regression therapy. Each session revealed more of that night. Inside the UFO, they weren't alone. There were others, people, animals, all subjected to examinations by creatures that defied explanation. These beings, while not entirely hostile, seemed indifferent to their pain and fear. Back in the present, Terry approached the exact spot where they had camped. The trauma from that night had left an indelible scar on Toby, and he had passed away a few years ago, never truly finding peace. Terry, however, was determined to confront his past. Night began its descent. Armed with nothing but a lantern and a determination to face his fears, he waited. Hours felt like days, but finally the familiar silence settled in. The night creatures muted their songs. The very earth seemed to hold its breath. And then the 3 lights emerged. The triangular prism, unchanged by time, floated above him. The blue laser, like a relentless sentinel, swept across the ground, locking onto Terry. This time he didn't flinch. Emotions surged. Anger, sadness, fear, but also resolution. The beam intensified, and Terry felt himself being lifted off the ground. As he ascended, the opening of the prism loomed. Inside, the same alien beings awaited, their expressions inscrutable. "You returned," a voice resonated, not audibly but inside Terry's mind. "I need answers," Terry replied, his voice firm. "We seek understanding, as do you. Our methods may seem invasive, but we too are learning." A silent exchange occurred. Memories shared, emotions felt, understanding reached. The beings had their reasons just as humans did. And as the dawn approached, Terry was gently placed back onto the land of Devil's Den. The triangular craft receded into the horizon, leaving Terry changed once again. This time he had found what he sought, understanding and a semblance of peace. The Devil's Den would always be a place of mystery, but for Terry Lovelace, it became a bridge between two worlds, forever linking the known with the unknown. The true story behind The Exorcist, the tale of Roland Doe. One of the most iconic horror stories of the 20th century, The Exorcist by William Peter Blatty is not merely a product of pure imagination. Instead, it finds its roots in a chilling, real-life event that transpired in the late 1940s, serving as a testament to the ancient belief in demonic possession and exorcism. This story delves into the mysterious and unsettling case of a young boy pseudonymously known as Roland Doe or Robbie Mannheim. The year was 1949, and post-war America was a time of prosperity, technological advances, and redefined family values. However, in the quiet neighborhoods of Maryland, a malevolent shadow was about to cast its pall. A family, their identity kept private for their protection, began witnessing inexplicable phenomena surrounding their young son, Roland. Whispers of the boy's unusual behaviors started making the rounds, becoming the stuff of local legend. According to accounts, Roland's troubles began after the death of a beloved aunt. She had introduced him to a Ouija board, which the grieving boy used in hopes of communicating with her spirit. It wasn't long before strange occurrences began. Household objects moved of their own accord, inexplicable noises resounded through the home, and Roland's bed would shake violently. The boy's personality also underwent a transformation. He exhibited violent outbursts, spoke in tongues, and displayed a strength that seemed unnatural for someone his age. Desperate for answers, Roland's family sought the help of local physicians, psychiatrists, and even their Lutheran minister. The consensus was confounding. While there was no medical explanation for Roland's symptoms, many believed that he was suffering from something beyond the realm of science. As the disturbances escalated, the family turned to the Catholic Church, hoping that religious intervention might provide relief. The case eventually caught the attention of Father Albert Hughes, a Catholic priest from Washington, D.C. After witnessing the boy's torments firsthand, he believed an exorcism was in order. However, the initial attempts to perform the rite were disastrous. Roland's violent reactions resulted in injuries, including a claim that he slashed the priest's arm with a bedspring. Realizing the severity of the possession, the case was transferred to St. Louis, Missouri, where a Jesuit priest, Father William Bowden, took over with the assistance of his colleague, Father Walter Halloran. Over several weeks, the priests, along with a few witnesses, observed manifestations that defied logic and reason. Words like evil and hell appearing in welts on Roland's skin, the boy speaking in deep, guttural voices and displaying a vehement aversion to sacred objects. The exorcism rituals were exhaustive, and over the course of multiple sessions, Roland's defiance and the manifestations of evil became more intense. But the priests remained resolute in their faith and commitment. After weeks of spiritual warfare, during a final intense session, witnesses reported a dramatic climax, a deafening scream from Roland, followed by an almost instantaneous return to his normal self. The entity, it seemed, had been expelled. Roland's life post-exorcism was kept private, but reports suggest that he went on to lead a normal, fulfilling life with no memory of the traumatic events that had transpired. It was this chilling tale that inspired William Peter Blatty in 1971 to pen his novel, The Exorcist. Just 2 years later, in 1973, the story was adapted into a film, leaving audiences worldwide both horrified and enthralled. The movie, like the true events, remains a compelling exploration of the eternal battle between good and evil, faith and skepticism. In retrospect, the case of Roland Doe serves as a reminder of the mysteries that lie just beyond the veil of our understanding. Whether one views it as a genuine case of demonic possession or a complex psychological disturbance, its impact on popular culture is undeniable, forever immortalized in Blatty's haunting narrative. The Possession, a real-life haunting in the 2000s. In the early 2000s, an eerie tale took the online world by storm when an ordinary wine cabinet with an extraordinary history was put up for sale on eBay. This tale would go on to inspire the 2012 film The Possession, but what really happened is even more unnerving. The wine cabinet in question was no ordinary box. It was believed to be a dybbuk box, a container that is said to imprison a dybbuk, a restless, malicious spirit from Jewish mythology. Once released, the dybbuk can haunt, possess, and bring misfortune to those around it. The eBay listing, a call for help. The eBay listing of the dybbuk box was not just a sales pitch, it read more like a desperate call for help or a warning to potential buyers. The seller relayed a series of disturbing events that had befallen him and his family since coming into possession of the box. The initial owner described a series of nightmares that plagued him every night when he slept with the box in his home. In these dreams, he was assaulted by a malicious entity, a hag-like creature that threatened and tormented him. Awakening from these nightmares would not bring relief. The terror seemed to linger, casting a shadow over his waking hours. But the box didn't only inflict psychological torment. The owner reported unexplained health problems, ranging from minor ailments to severe conditions that seemed to strike out of nowhere. His hair began to fall out, he suffered from hives, and his house often had the unmistakable stench of cat urine, despite not owning a cat. Subsequent owners, a pattern emerges. What made the dybbuk box story even more unsettling was that the original eBay seller wasn't its only victim. Subsequent owners of the wine cabinet, perhaps drawn by curiosity or disbelief, soon found themselves regretting their decision to purchase it. One owner, a student, experienced lights burning out in his house and an infestation of insects. Another owner gifted it to his mother, who immediately suffered a stroke upon receiving it. Each person who came into contact with the box reported feeling a palpable sense of dread and unease. Whispers and hushed conversations soon linked the misfortunes of these owners to the cursed box. It seemed that the dybbuk trapped within it was intent on causing harm to anyone who dared to claim ownership. Public fascination and skepticism. As the tale of the cursed dybbuk box spread, it inevitably attracted a mix of both believers and skeptics. Some regarded the story as a clever marketing ploy or an imaginative hoax. Others believed that the box was genuinely haunted, pointing to the consistent accounts of misfortune and health problems from its various owners as proof. The public's fascination with the dybbuk box grew, and it wasn't long before it caught the attention of Hollywood. The story was adapted into the 2012 film The Possession, dramatizing the events for the silver screen. While the film took creative liberties, it remained rooted in the harrowing real-life experiences of those who had encountered the box. The dybbuk box. Today, the real dybbuk box's last known resting place is with Jason Haxton, a museum director who claims to have sealed it and subsequently buried it in a secret location to prevent its malevolent influence from affecting others. Haxton reported feeling its effects himself, and after seeking advice from rabbis, decided that the best course of action was to hide it away. Whether one believes in the supernatural elements of the dybbuk box story or dismisses them as mere coincidence and human psychology, it's undeniable that the tale has left an indelible mark on popular culture. The eBay listing, the numerous accounts of misfortune, and the Hollywood adaptation are all testaments to the box's unsettling legacy. In the end, whether the box is truly possessed by a malevolent spirit or not, the story of the dybbuk box from the early 2000s serves as a cautionary tale about the power of belief, the mysteries of the unknown, and the lengths to which we will go to protect ourselves from that which we fear. The Haunting in Connecticut, the true story of the Snedeker family. The 1980s were marked by a surge in interest in the supernatural, a phenomenon that saw stories of hauntings, possession, and other paranormal occurrences seep into popular culture. One such story that sent ripples across America was that of the Snedeker family and their harrowing experiences in a rented home in Southington, Connecticut. Their tale became the basis for the 2009 film The Haunting in Connecticut, which captured the imagination and fears of viewers around the world. However, as chilling as the movie was, the real-life account of the Snedekers is even more compelling and, to many, disturbing. In the 1980s, the Snedeker family, in search of a new home, found a rental property that seemed ideal for their needs. The old house in Southington was spacious, fitting for a family. But soon after moving in, they discovered its dark history. The house had once served as a funeral parlor, a fact the family was not initially aware of. The Snedekers soon found mortuary tools and old photographs hidden in the basement, depicting deceased individuals in poses, which was a common practice in earlier times. While such a discovery would be unsettling for anyone, what followed was even more nightmarish. The family began experiencing a series of unexplainable events. Doors slammed shut without warning, inexplicable cold spots appeared throughout the house, and the sound of disembodied voices whispered from the walls. As days turned into weeks, the phenomena grew increasingly malevolent. The children reported seeing apparitions, shadowy figures that would disappear as suddenly as they appeared. Objects would move on their own, and the family felt a constant oppressive presence watching them. Research into the home's history revealed even more unsettling details. Beyond its function as a funeral parlor, there were rumors and local legends suggesting that the previous occupants had been involved in seances and necromancy. Such rituals, many believe, can open doorways for malevolent spirits or entities to enter our world. The Snedekers believed that such activities had tainted the home, turning it into a hotspot for supernatural occurrences. The situation escalated further when members of the family began exhibiting signs of possession. Their behavior became erratic, and they reported feeling influenced by external forces. It became evident that they were not merely dealing with restless spirits, but with something much more malevolent. Desperate for help, the Snedekers sought out the assistance of paranormal experts and even clergy. The family, along with investigators Ed and Lorraine Warren, famed for their involvement in other high-profile supernatural cases, attempted to understand and confront the forces at play. While the film adaptation leans heavily into exorcism as a resolution, the real-life story is more nuanced. There were various cleansing rituals and interventions performed, and over time the malevolent activity seemed to lessen. As word of the Snedekers' experiences spread, skeptics and believers alike flocked to their story. Some argued that the family exaggerated or even fabricated their claims for attention or financial gain. Others believed wholeheartedly, with the Warrens backing the legitimacy of the family's accounts. In the end, the Snedeker family chose to leave the home, seeking peace and a fresh start elsewhere. The house in Southington still stands, its history a mix of fact, legend, and speculation. Whether one believes in the supernatural or not, the story of the Snedeker family serves as a cautionary tale about the past's power to influence the present and the thin line between our world and the unknown. Today, The Haunting in Connecticut remains a testament to the enduring allure of such tales. The film captures the essence of the Snedekers' story, although with Hollywood embellishments. Still, the core truth remains: a family, an old house with a dark history, and experiences that defy explanation. Whether viewed as a series of unfortunate coincidences or as genuine supernatural occurrences, The Haunting in Connecticut will forever be etched in the annals of American paranormal history. The Exorcism of Emily Rose, Truth Behind the Tale. The story of the exorcism of Emily Rose, as presented in the 2005 film, has its roots deeply embedded in real-life events that transpired in Germany between 1975 and 1976. The film brought a dramatized, Americanized version of these events to the forefront of the global consciousness. However, the truth is even more haunting and raises profound questions about faith, medicine, and the nature of evil. Anneliese Michel, the real Emily Rose. In the picturesque town of Klingenberg in Bavaria, Germany, a tragic and chilling saga unfolded that would grip the nation and later captivate the world. Anneliese Michel, born in 1952, was a devout Catholic who, in her youth, showed no signs of abnormal behavior. But by her late teens, Anneliese began experiencing distressing visions and hearing sinister voices. These episodes, initially perceived as severe medical conditions, were diagnosed as epileptic seizures. Medical treatments proved ineffective, and over time, Anneliese's symptoms intensified. She displayed aversion to religious artifacts, exhibited aggressive behavior, and bore witness to demonic faces. Her devoutly Catholic family, distraught by her suffering, began to believe that she was possessed by demons. With modern medicine failing them, the Michels turned to the church. After some hesitancy and scrutiny, the church authorized a series of exorcisms on Anneliese. Between 1975 and 1976, Anneliese underwent 67 rites of exorcism. 2 priests, Father Arnold Renz and Father Ernst Alt, carried out these rites in secrecy, forbidden to attract public or media attention. Audio recordings from these sessions reveal the harrowing intensity of Annaliese's episodes: guttural voices, violent outbursts, and chilling proclamations. The priests claimed that several demons, including Lucifer, Nero, Cain, and Judas, were present within her. The tragic end. In 1976, after enduring a year of exorcisms and rapidly declining health, Annalise Michel passed away in her home. She was just 23. The official cause of death was malnutrition and dehydration, weighing a mere 30 kilograms, about 68 pounds, at the time of her passing. She had refrained from eating, stating that the demons would not allow it. The story did not end with her death. German authorities and the public were outraged. Annaliese's parents, along with Fathers Renz and Alt, were charged with negligent homicide. The subsequent trial captured national attention, as it was one of the first times the legal system had to evaluate the intersection of religious rights and potential harm. The film, a cross-cultural adaptation. The Exorcism of Emily Rose, released in 2005, took considerable liberties with Annaliese's story. Transplanting the narrative from rural Germany to the US, the film melded horror with courtroom drama. It scrutinized the ethical, religious, and legal ramifications of exorcism, positing the overarching question: was Emily Rose, the film's stand-in for Annalise, a victim of demonic possession or medical misdiagnosis? The film's Americanized account, while straying from the exact events, tapped into universal fears and ethical dilemmas. This creative choice made the story more accessible to global audiences, particularly Americans, while retaining the central tragic elements of Annalise's ordeal. Reflection. The story of Annalise Michel serves as a cautionary tale about the clash between faith and reason, old beliefs and modern understanding. Whether one views Annalise as a victim of possession, mental illness, or tragic circumstances, her suffering was undeniable. Her legacy, exemplified by the exorcism of Emily Rose, reminds us of the need for understanding, compassion, and critical thinking in the face of the unexplainable. Today, the grave of Annalise Michel in Klingenberg am Main remains a place of pilgrimage for many, a testament to the enduring and haunting impact of her story. A haunting in Georgia, the disturbing tale of the Wyrick family. The sleepy town of Ellerslie, Georgia, nestled deep in the heart of America's South, was shaken in the late 1980s by chilling accounts of the supernatural, the center of which was the Wyrick family. Their unsettling experiences began innocently enough, but would soon escalate, thrusting them into a nightmarish ordeal that played out in the media and ultimately led to an exorcism on their property. In 1988, the Wyricks seemed to have achieved the American dream. They had moved into a new home in Ellerslie, seeking the peace and stability of a rural life for their family. Little did they know that their home held secrets that would disrupt their lives in ways they could never have imagined. Heidi, the Wyricks' young daughter, was the first to notice something amiss. A perceptive child with a vivid imagination, Heidi began recounting interactions with figures who, to others, were not there. At first, these friends seemed harmless, apparitions of a kindly old man and a bloodied, bandaged figure. Concerning as these tales might be to any parent, they could initially be brushed off as a child's rich imagination. Yet, as time passed, the stories took a dark turn. The Wyrick family's distress was amplified by the increasing malevolence of these spectral encounters. Whispers in the night, unexplained cold spots, and even physical interactions began to occur. Doors slammed without cause, and ghostly figures were sometimes glimpsed out of the corner of an eye. Most troubling of all were Heidi's tales of being physically touched and even harmed by these unseen entities. For the Wyricks, what started as an eerie curiosity transformed into a pressing concern for their daughter's well-being. It was in this charged atmosphere that the family began to seek answers. Their search led them to uncover the history of their property and its previous inhabitants. What they found was disconcerting. The land was marred by tragedy, with deaths and untimely ends that might explain the restless spirits Heidi described. As is often the case with tales of the supernatural, the Wyrick story attracted both skeptics and believers. The community was divided, with some viewing the family's claims with suspicion, attributing them to attention-seeking or overactive imaginations. Others, however, felt a deep resonance with the Wyricks' experiences, some even sharing their own tales of ghostly encounters in Ellerslie. Yet, regardless of public opinion, the Wyrick family's distress was palpable. Faced with a situation that was spiraling out of control and fearing for their daughter's safety, they made the fateful decision to seek help from the spiritual realm. Thus, the idea of performing an exorcism on the property emerged. The exorcism was an intense affair, steeped in ritual and accompanied by prayers to rid the land of its troubled past and the spirits that haunted it. As with most exorcisms, the efficacy of this one was a matter of personal belief. For some, it was a powerful act of faith, offering a chance at cleansing and healing. For others, it was an act of desperation, a last-ditch attempt to find peace in the face of the unexplained. The Wyrick family's experiences, with their mixture of the mundane and the mysterious, caught the attention of the wider public when they were featured on the Discovery Channel series, A Haunting. The episode brought national attention to the Wyrick story, inviting viewers to step into their shoes and grapple with the age-old question of what lies beyond our understanding. Today, the tale of the Wyrick family and their haunting in Georgia remains an enduring piece of modern American folklore. Their story, straddling the line between reality and the supernatural, serves as a powerful reminder of the mysteries that can lurk in the shadows of everyday life. Whether one views the events in Ellerslie as a genuine encounter with the otherworldly or as a psychological phenomenon, the Wyrick family's ordeal stands as a testament to the enduring human quest to understand the unknown.
The Mercy Brown Vampire Incident of 1892, a tale of tragedy and superstition. Introduction. In the late 1800s, the quaint town of Exeter, Rhode Island, was witness to a series of tragic deaths that would give rise to one of the most infamous cases of vampire hysteria in the United States. The Brown family, struck by the relentless grip of tuberculosis, found themselves grappling not only with the devastation of a deadly disease but also with the depths of fear and superstition that would lead to the shocking event known as the Mercy Brown Vampire Incident. The Brown family tragedy. During this era, tuberculosis, often referred to as consumption, was a rampant and mysterious disease that claimed countless lives. The Brown family, consisting of George Brown, his wife Mary, and their two daughters, Mary Olive and Mercy, was not immune to its scourge. The family's seemingly tranquil life was shattered as tuberculosis relentlessly claimed the lives of family members one by one, leaving a trail of sorrow and grief in its wake. Vampire hysteria grips the town. As the Brown family was ravaged by tuberculosis, a cloud of fear and superstition began to envelop the town of Exeter. In an era where medical knowledge was limited and explanations for diseases often relied on folklore and mysticism, it was not uncommon for communities to turn to supernatural explanations for unexplained tragedies. This was particularly true in cases where death struck repeatedly within a single family. The local populace, desperate for answers and desperate to stop the relentless march of death, began to entertain the notion that perhaps there was a supernatural force at play. It was within this climate of fear and desperation that the concept of vampire hysteria took root. Mercy Brown's exhumation. Among the Brown family's deceased members, it was Mercy Brown who became the focal point of suspicion. Her brother Edwin, the only surviving family member, was battling the disease himself, and the death toll within the family seemed to defy explanation. In a misguided attempt to put an end to the deaths and alleviate the town's fears, a decision was made to exhume Mercy Brown's body. In the frigid winter of 1892, the community gathered at the Chestnut Hill Cemetery as Mercy's lifeless body was unearthed. The scene was surreal. A grieving family and curious onlookers watched as Mercy's remains were examined. The most macabre twist in this tale was yet to come. The heart's gruesome fate. The prevailing belief during this period was that a deceased vampire could continue to influence the living from beyond the grave, causing illness and death. To prevent this, it was believed that the heart of the deceased vampire had to be removed and destroyed. In the case of Mercy Brown, this superstition took a particularly grisly turn. As the cold wind howled through the cemetery, Mercy's heart was removed and burned to ashes. The ashes were then mixed with water, creating a grim concoction that was given to Edwin Brown to drink. The reasoning behind this horrifying ritual was that by consuming the ashes of his sister's heart, Edwin would be cleansed of the disease's grip, and the family's suffering would finally come to an end. Legacy of the incident. The Mercy Brown vampire incident of 1892 remains a haunting reminder of the power of fear and superstition in the face of unexplainable tragedy. It serves as a stark illustration of how limited medical knowledge, combined with communal anxiety, can lead to extreme and irrational actions. In the years that followed, medical advancements would reveal the true nature of tuberculosis and dispel the myths that had fueled the frenzy surrounding the Brown family's deaths. However, the incident would forever be etched into history as a dark chapter in Exeter's past. Conclusion: the Mercy Brown vampire incident of 1892 stands as a testament to the potent cocktail of fear, ignorance, and superstition that can drive communities to engage in desperate and irrational acts. The tragedy of the Brown family's deaths, coupled with the fervor of the vampire hysteria, created a perfect storm that led to a gruesome and chilling event that continues to be remembered as a cautionary tale. It is a chilling reminder of the human capacity for panic and irrationality in the face of the unknown, and a testament to the importance of relying on science and reason even in times of great distress. The Bell Witch Haunting, a supernatural accounting of the early 19th century. In the early 19th century, in the quiet town of Adams, Tennessee, a family by the name of Bell found themselves embroiled in a series of supernatural events that would become known as the Bell Witch Haunting. These events, characterized by eerie noises, spectral apparitions, and unexplainable disturbances, left an indelible mark on the history of the region and continued to captivate the imagination of people around the world. The Bell family, consisting of John Bell, his wife Lucy, and their children, settled in Adams in the early 1800s. They were well-regarded members of the community, known for their hard work and upstanding character. However, their lives took a dramatic turn when they began experiencing inexplicable occurrences that defied all rational explanation. The disturbances began as strange scratching and knocking sounds within the Bell family's farmhouse. These sounds were accompanied by disembodied voices, eerie whispers, and even the sounds of chains being dragged. The phenomenon quickly escalated, as the family members reported seeing shadowy figures and encountering spectral apparitions that sent shivers down their spines. As the Bell family attempted to come to terms with these bizarre occurrences, they soon realized that the epicenter of these supernatural events was their own property. The Bell family graveyard, where several family members were laid to rest, became a focal point for the strange happenings. The disturbances seemed to center around the grave of Kate Batts, a former neighbor who had a long-standing feud with the Bells. According to local legends, Kate Batts had placed a curse on John Bell and his family, vowing to torment them from beyond the grave. The entity responsible for the eerie events became known as the Bell Witch. This malevolent force seemed to have an intimate knowledge of the Bell family's history, frequently engaging in conversations with them and displaying an uncanny ability to predict future events. The Bell Witch demonstrated both a mischievous and malevolent nature, often targeting John Bell in particular. It would mimic his voice, taunt him, and even engage in physical attacks, leaving him bruised and battered. News of the Bell Witch's activities spread beyond the confines of the Bell family home. Visitors and neighbors flocked to witness the supernatural phenomena for themselves, and the Bell residence became a hub of curiosity and speculation. It was during one of these gatherings that a local schoolteacher named Richard Powell decided to challenge the Bell Witch. The entity responded by singing hymns and reciting sermons with precision and knowledge that exceeded human capabilities. The Bell Witch's connection to the deceased Kate Batts was a central element of the haunting. It was said that the spirit of Kate Batts sought revenge against John Bell for an unspecified wrong she believed he had committed. As the disturbances continued, John Bell's health deteriorated rapidly. He began experiencing strange ailments, and it's said that the Bell Witch even claimed responsibility for his suffering. In December 1820, John Bell succumbed to his ailments under mysterious circumstances, with the Bell Witch reportedly celebrating his demise. The Bell Witch haunting left an indelible mark on the town of Adams and its surrounding areas. The events were widely reported in newspapers of the time, capturing the fascination of the public and spawning a multitude of theories and interpretations. The legend of the Bell Witch and the eerie events that transpired on the Bell family property inspired a plethora of books, movies, documentaries, and other media, cementing its place in American folklore. While the Bell Witch haunting remains a subject of debate and skepticism, it has undeniably left an enduring legacy. Some skeptics suggest that the events were merely elaborate hoaxes or products of mass hysteria, while others remain convinced that there was indeed a supernatural force at play. Regardless of one's stance on the matter, the Bell Witch haunting continues to captivate the imagination and spark discussions about the boundaries between the natural and the supernatural. In conclusion, the Bell Witch haunting stands as a chilling testament to the mysterious and unexplained events that can capture the human psyche. The Bell family's experiences, marked by eerie sounds, spectral apparitions, and otherworldly disturbances, have become a cornerstone of American folklore and continue to be a subject of fascination and speculation. The Bell Witch's connection to the disgruntled spirit of Kate Batts, combined with the tragic fate of John Bell, has left an enduring legacy that continues to haunt the annals of history and the minds of those who dare to explore the supernatural. Bachelor's Grove Cemetery, unraveling the haunting enigma. In the heart of the American Midwest, just a stone's throw away from the bustling metropolis of Chicago, lies a place that has earned an infamous reputation for being one of the most haunted locations in the United States, Bachelor's Grove Cemetery. This small, secluded burial ground has captivated the imaginations of many, with its eerie tales of ghostly apparitions, mysterious lights, and a sense of otherworldly presence that hangs heavy in the air. Through the annals of time, various accounts of these supernatural occurrences have been documented, creating a tapestry of the paranormal that continues to mystify and perplex. Historical roots and ghostly whispers. Bachelor's Grove Cemetery, officially established in 1840, is nestled within the dense woods of Rubio Woods Forest Preserve, situated southwest of Chicago. Originally intended to serve as a final resting place for the local farming families, the cemetery's history has been marred by neglect and vandalism. The once pristine burial ground has gradually fallen into disrepair, with tombstones weathered by the elements and the surrounding vegetation encroaching upon the sacred space. It was in the 1960s and 1970s that Bachelor's Grove Cemetery gained notoriety for its paranormal activity. Reports of sightings of ghostly apparitions began to circulate, each tale more spine-chilling than the last. One of the most famous figures to grace the cemetery with her ethereal presence is the Woman in White. Witnesses claim to have glimpsed a spectral woman, dressed in a flowing white gown, often seen sitting on a tombstone or wandering amongst the graves. Her identity remains a mystery, lost to the sands of time, yet her spectre continues to leave an indelible mark on the minds of those who have encountered her. Phantom vehicles and vanishing acts. Adding to the haunting lore are the accounts of phantom vehicles that traverse the cemetery's pathways in eerie silence. Witnesses have described seeing old-fashioned horse-drawn carriages and vintage automobiles materialize out of thin air, only to vanish into the ether moments later. These ghostly vehicles seem to belong to a bygone era, raising questions about the nature of time and reality within the confines of Bachelor's Grove. Furthermore, strange lights that appear to float above the ground have confounded both skeptics and believers alike. These orbs of light, varying in size and intensity, have been captured in photographs and witnessed by many. Some theorize that these lights could be manifestations of residual energy, while others propose that they are the work of restless spirits attempting to communicate with the living. The atmosphere of desolation. One cannot discuss the allure of Bachelor's Grove Cemetery without acknowledging the environment itself. The desolation and decay that have gripped the cemetery contribute to its macabre ambience. The overgrown pathways, crumbling mausoleums, and moss-covered gravestones provide a haunting backdrop for the paranormal encounters that have taken place within its confines. The isolation of the location, shielded by the surrounding forest, lends itself to an air of foreboding and mystery. Investigations and skepticism. Over the years, numerous paranormal investigators, ghost hunters, and curious souls have descended upon Bachelor's Grove Cemetery in pursuit of answers. Some have sought to capture photographic evidence of the apparitions, while others have used electronic devices in an attempt to communicate with the spirits said to inhabit the area. However, the results have been mixed, with some claiming to have experienced unexplainable phenomena, while others remain skeptical, attributing the sightings to tricks of light, overactive imaginations, or outright hoaxes. A tapestry of mystery. The stories surrounding Bachelor's Grove Cemetery weave a tapestry of mystery, blending history and the supernatural in a way that continues to captivate and intrigue. While skeptics may argue that these accounts are nothing more than elaborate stories born from the human desire for the unknown, the allure of the unknown remains a potent force. Whether it's the restless spirits of those laid to rest, the echoes of past tragedies, or simply the tricks that the mind plays in the dark corners of the night, Bachelor's Grove Cemetery stands as a testament to the power of folklore, belief, and the unending quest to unravel the enigma of the paranormal. In conclusion, Bachelor's Grove Cemetery's reputation as one of the most haunted cemeteries in the United States has endured through the decades. The tales of apparitions, ghostly lights, and other eerie phenomena have become integral to the lore surrounding this secluded and decaying burial ground. While skeptics and believers continue to debate the authenticity of these accounts, there's no denying the enduring mystique and allure that shrouds Bachelor's Grove Cemetery in an otherworldly veil. Stoll Cemetery and the Gateway to Hell, unraveling the myth. In the heartland of Kansas lies a quiet and unassuming cemetery that has captured the imagination of many, giving birth to chilling tales and eerie legends that continue to circulate to this day. Stoll Cemetery, nestled amidst the rolling plains, has become synonymous with the macabre and the supernatural, earning its moniker as the Gateway to Hell. With Halloween night as its supposed climax, the cemetery has become a focal point for those seeking a brush with the otherworldly. But how much of this reputation is based on reality, and how much is mere fabrication? The birth of a legend, the origin of Stoll Cemetery's sinister reputation remains shrouded in mystery. Various stories have been woven into its tapestry, intertwining fact and fiction. One prominent legend involves a hidden stairway in the cemetery that leads directly to hell. It is said that the devil himself makes an appearance on Halloween night, accompanied by a sinister wind that blows through the area. This notion has lured thrill-seekers and curious individuals alike, each hoping to catch a glimpse of the supernatural, paranormal occurrences and eerie rituals. As with any legendary site, Stoll Cemetery boasts a repertoire of paranormal accounts that have fueled its chilling reputation. Tales of disappearances, animal sacrifices, and eerie rituals have cemented its position as a hotspot for the occult. Some narratives speak of hooded figures congregating in the cemetery, performing arcane rites under the cover of night. Others whisper of blood-stained altars and ghostly apparitions that haunt the grounds. Among the more unsettling accounts is the story of a tree that once stood within the cemetery. It is said that this tree was the site of countless hangings and rituals, imbuing the area with an aura of malevolence. The tree was eventually felled, adding another layer to the legends surrounding the cemetery. The role of Halloween. Halloween, with its celebration of all things spooky and supernatural, has naturally become a focal point for those interested in Stoll Cemetery's eerie reputation. Each year, on the night of October 31st, visitors from near and far gather in anticipation of witnessing the devil's appearance. This annual pilgrimage has turned the cemetery into a spectacle, with crowds eager to experience the paranormal for themselves, debunking the myths. Despite the captivating tales that have been spun around Stoll Cemetery, skepticism and investigation have also played a crucial role. Many of the claims associated with the cemetery's haunted reputation have been debunked or dismissed as urban legends. One significant blow to the narrative was the revelation that there was never a church on the grounds, which was claimed to have been the site of the devil's descent to earth. The church itself was proven to be a fabrication, and this revelation cast doubt on the veracity of other stories as well. Moreover, investigative journalists and researchers have delved into the history of the area, unearthing evidence that contradicts the more sensational claims. For instance, records show that the cemetery was used as a burial ground for local residents, and there is no conclusive evidence of the occult practices or supernatural occurrences that have been attributed to it. The power of urban legends. Stoll Cemetery's transformation from a serene final resting place to a hallowed ground of dread highlights the potent nature of urban legends. These tales, fueled by the human fascination with the unknown, can spread like wildfire in an age of rapid communication. Each retelling adds a layer of embellishment, gradually distorting the truth and shaping a narrative that feeds into people's deepest fears and desires. In conclusion, Stoll Cemetery's reputation as the gateway to hell stands as a testament to the power of storytelling and the allure of the supernatural. While the stories of disappearances, animal sacrifices, and devilish appearances have captured the imagination of many, skepticism and investigation have peeled back the layers of myth to reveal a more grounded truth. The cemetery, once a peaceful resting place, has been transformed into a canvas on which the human fascination with the unknown has been painted. In the end, the legends of Stoll Cemetery remind us that reality and fiction can become indistinguishably entwined, making it ever more important to approach tales of the supernatural with a critical eye and an open mind. Union Cemetery's enigmatic visitor, the haunting tale of the White Lady. Nestled amidst the quaint town of Easton, Connecticut, the Union Cemetery stands as both a resting place for the departed and a repository of spectral mysteries. For years, this cemetery has been the focal point of eerie tales and spine-tingling encounters, chiefly revolving around the ethereal figure known as the White Lady. Witnesses and believers, drawn by the promise of the supernatural, share stories of ghostly apparitions that have appeared at the cemetery's entrance and along the nearby road. The Union Cemetery White Lady, a haunting phenomenon that has captivated the curious and the daring alike, is an enigma entwined with local history, legend, and the human yearning to glimpse beyond the veil of the unknown. The Union Cemetery, with its weathered gravestones and serene landscape, serves as a final resting place for generations of Easton's residents. However, its peaceful facade belies the stories of those who claim to have encountered a spectral figure, a woman cloaked in a flowing white dress. These apparitions, often glimpsed near the cemetery's entrance or along the road that winds nearby, have come to be known as the White Lady of Union Cemetery. The very notion of a ghostly presence lurking among the graves has fueled countless tales of both fear and fascination. As with many legends, the White Lady's identity is a subject of debate. Various versions of the story have emerged, each weaving a different narrative thread into the tapestry of local lore. Among the conjectures, one name stands out: Mary E. Hart. Mary's grave is indeed located within the cemetery, adding a layer of intrigue to the myth. According to some iterations of the tale, Mary was a grieving mother who lost her young daughter and was forever bound to the cemetery in her search for the child's spirit. Others suggest that Mary was a jilted bride who met a tragic end, eternally wandering in her wedding dress, lamenting her unfulfilled dreams. The divergent narratives surrounding the White Lady only serve to deepen the mystery, blurring the line between history and the supernatural. The stories of encounters with the White Lady have transcended the realm of local whispers, gaining traction in the broader community. Witnesses, often reluctant to share their experiences for fear of skepticism or ridicule, have nonetheless come forward to recount their eerie meetings. Some attest to having seen her translucent figure materialize near the cemetery's entrance, exuding an aura of sadness and longing. Others claim to have witnessed her spectral form walking along the road, disappearing into the night as they draw near. Their testimonies paint a picture of an apparition that is as elusive as it is haunting, leaving observers with a lingering sense of unease. Skeptics and believers continue to clash over the validity of these encounters. Skeptics point to the power of suggestion, asserting that the human mind can conjure images and experiences that align with preconceived notions or local legends. Psychological factors, they argue, can play a significant role in the perception of the supernatural. Believers, on the other hand, draw on the consistency of the testimonies, the unshakable conviction of witnesses, and the allure of the unknown to bolster their case. The Union Cemetery White Lady, they assert, defies easy explanation and invites us to ponder the boundaries of reality and imagination. Over the years, the White Lady of Union Cemetery has become more than a mere ghost story. She is a symbol of Easton's mystique and a testament to the enduring human fascination with the supernatural. The cemetery's haunting reputation has attracted paranormal investigators, thrill seekers, and curious tourists, all hoping for a glimpse of the spectral figure that has become an integral part of the town's identity. The legend has also sparked a sense of community, as locals share their own experiences and insights, further blurring the lines between fact and folklore. In the end, the White Lady of Union Cemetery remains a mystery, an unsolved puzzle that beckons us to explore the realms beyond our understanding. Whether the apparitions are the manifestations of historical trauma, the echoes of personal tragedies, or simply the byproducts of a collective imagination, they serve as a reminder that the human experience is as much defined by what we can't explain as by what we can. The Union Cemetery's White Lady reminds us that the boundary between the living and the unknown is a realm ripe for exploration, one that continues to defy our attempts at categorization and rationalization. And so, the legend persists, casting its spectral glow over the peaceful graves and winding roads of Union Cemetery, inviting us to contemplate the mysteries that lie just beyond our grasp. Tragedy strikes Hollywood, the Rebecca Schaeffer stalking and murder, July 18, 1989. Introduction. In the annals of Hollywood history, the Rebecca Schaeffer stalking and murder case remains a chilling reminder of the darker aspects of fame and obsession. Rebecca Schaeffer, a rising star in the entertainment industry, fell victim to the harrowing consequences of an obsessed fan's fixation. Robert John Bardo's relentless stalking campaign ultimately led to a horrifying tragedy that shocked the world on July 18, 1989. The rising star, Rebecca Schaeffer. Rebecca Lucille Schaeffer was born on November 6, 1967, in Eugene, Oregon. With her natural charm, undeniable talent, and striking beauty, she quickly captured the attention of Hollywood casting directors. Her career began with modeling and television commercials before she landed the role of Patricia Patty Russell in the CBS sitcom My Sister Sam. The show's success provided her with the platform she needed to launch a promising acting career. The obsession, Robert John Bardo. On the other side of this tragic story was Robert John Bardo, a troubled individual who developed an unhealthy fixation on Rebecca Schaeffer. Bardo had a history of mental health issues and criminal behavior, including a prior stalking incident involving singer Tiffany Darwish. His obsession with Schaeffer led him to learn more about her personal life and gather information that would ultimately lead him to her doorstep. The stalking begins. Bardo's obsession with Schaeffer escalated to alarming levels as he conducted extensive research to learn about her daily life. He discovered her home address through public records, a shocking breach of privacy that highlighted the vulnerability of celebrities to determine stalkers. Armed with this information, Bardo embarked on a cross-country journey from his hometown of Tucson, Arizona, to Los Angeles, California. The fateful confrontation. On the morning of July 18, 1989, Bardo arrived at Rebecca Schaeffer's apartment building in Los Angeles. He used the intercom system to gain access to the building, claiming to be a representative from a well-known fan club. Deceived by his ruse, the building's concierge allowed Bardo to enter. Unbeknownst to Schaeffer, her life was about to change forever. Bardo knocked on Schaeffer's door, and when she answered, he confronted her with a delusional mixture of admiration and anger. It's believed that Bardo intended to declare his love for her, but as the encounter took a chilling turn, Schaeffer grew increasingly uncomfortable and demanded that he leave. Tragically, Bardo pulled out a gun and shot her in cold blood. The aftermath and legal proceedings. Rebecca Schaeffer was rushed to the hospital, but her injuries were too severe, and she succumbed to her wounds. The news of her untimely death reverberated throughout the entertainment industry and beyond, sparking conversations about the price of fame, the dangers of obsession, and the need for improved privacy protections for public figures. Robert John Bardo attempted to flee the scene but was apprehended by the police shortly afterward. He was subsequently arrested and charged with murder. During the trial, Bardo's mental health issues and his history of stalking came to light, painting a disturbing portrait of a man consumed by fixation. In 1991, Bardo was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Legacy and impact. Rebecca Schaeffer's tragic murder had a profound impact on both the entertainment industry and the legal landscape. Her death spurred discussions about the need for stricter privacy laws to safeguard celebrities from stalkers and other malicious actors. In 1990, the Driver's Privacy Protection Act was enacted in the United States, restricting access to personal information through motor vehicle records. Schaefer's friends and family, devastated by her loss, also channeled their grief into positive action. Her father, Dr. Benson Schaefer, became an advocate for victims of crime and worked to promote awareness about stalking, eventually founding the non-profit organization Duty to Warn. Conclusion: the Rebecca Schaefer stalking and murder case stands as a tragic chapter in Hollywood's history, one that exposed the dangers of unchecked obsession and the disturbing ease with which individuals can access private information in the digital age. Rebecca's promising career and vibrant life were cut short by the actions of a disturbed fan whose fixation spiraled into a horrifying act of violence. Her legacy lives on through the conversations sparked by her untimely death, reminding us all of the importance of vigilance against stalking and the need to protect the vulnerable, even as they shine brightly in the public eye. The Teresa Saldana stalking attack, triumph over tragedy, March 15, 1982. Introduction. On March 15, 1982, the entertainment industry was rocked by a horrifying incident that exposed the dark side of fame and celebrity. Actress Teresa Saldana, known for her roles in movies like Raging Bull and I Wanna Hold Your Hand, became the victim of a relentless stalker's sinister obsession. Arthur Richard Jackson's fixation on Saldana culminated in a brutal attack that forever changed her life and highlighted the urgent need for stronger measures to protect public figures from such threats. The obsession takes hold. The tale of Teresa Saldana's stalking began innocently enough when Arthur Richard Jackson saw her in a film and became captivated by her on-screen presence. As time passed, Jackson's fascination developed into an all-consuming obsession that led him to believe he had a personal connection with the actress. Blurring the lines between reality and fiction, Jackson embarked on a disturbing journey to seek out the object of his infatuation. The disturbing pursuit. Jackson's relentless pursuit of Teresa Saldana took him across the United States as he doggedly collected personal information about her. His determination to locate her led him to hire a private investigator who managed to uncover Saldana's home address. Armed with this information, Jackson traveled to Los Angeles with a chilling mission in mind. The fateful day, March 15, 1982, marked a day that would forever be etched in Teresa Saldana's memory. As the actress returned home from a morning workout, Jackson emerged from the shadows, armed with a knife. Without warning, he attacked Saldana, stabbing her multiple times in a shocking act of violence. Despite the ferocity of the assault, Saldana's will to survive proved stronger. A fight for survival. Saldana's screams for help attracted the attention of a neighbor who rushed to her aid. Jackson fled the scene, leaving behind a wounded and traumatized actress. Thanks to the quick response of the neighbor and emergency medical personnel, Saldana received immediate medical attention that ultimately saved her life. However, the attack left her with severe physical injuries and deep emotional scars that would take years to heal. Legal proceedings and advocacy. Following the attack, Arthur Richard Jackson was swiftly apprehended by law enforcement. He was charged with attempted murder and various other offenses related to the stalking and assault. The subsequent trial brought the issue of celebrity stalking to the forefront of public consciousness. Saldana's resilience and willingness to testify against her attacker played a crucial role in securing a conviction, sending a message that stalking would not be tolerated. Legacy and impact. The Teresa Saldana stalking attack had a profound impact on the perception of celebrity and personal security. The incident catalyzed discussions about the need for stricter anti-stalking laws and improved protection measures for public figures. Saldana's story shed light on the vulnerability of individuals in the public eye and underscored the importance of taking threats seriously. Saldana's courageous journey. Teresa Saldana's journey toward recovery was nothing short of inspiring. Despite enduring physical and emotional trauma, she emerged as an advocate for stalking victims and a beacon of hope for those who had experienced similar horrors. Saldana's unwavering spirit allowed her to rebuild her life and continue her acting career, proving that resilience can triumph over adversity. Conclusion. The Teresa Saldana stalking attack serves as a chilling reminder of the potential dangers that come with fame and the lengths to which some individuals may go to pursue their obsessions. This tragic event sparked important conversations about the need for legal reforms and heightened security measures to protect individuals in the public eye. Teresa Saldana's courage in the face of adversity and her determination to turn her experience into a force for positive change stand as a testament to the human spirit's capacity to overcome even the darkest of challenges. Tragedy unveiled: the Laura Black stalking and murder, November 13, 1995. Introduction. November 13, 1995, marked a day of profound sorrow and horror in the city of Reno, Nevada, as the chilling story of Laura Black's stalking and murder unfolded. A young woman's life was cut short by the sinister actions of Richard Farley, a former co-worker whose infatuation had devolved into a meticulously planned attack. The tragedy not only shook the community but also shed light on the critical importance of recognizing and addressing signs of obsession and danger. The background: Laura Black, a promising young woman, worked alongside her colleagues in an office in Reno, Nevada. Unbeknownst to her, Richard Farley, a former colleague, harbored deep feelings of infatuation that would ultimately lead to her untimely demise. Farley's obsession with Laura had grown over time, fueled by his own distorted perceptions and fantasies. The stalking. Farley's descent into obsession pushed him into the dark world of stalking. He began to meticulously track Laura's movements, gathering information about her routines and personal life. This disturbing behavior escalated as he surreptitiously followed her, invaded her privacy, and even made unwelcome advances that left Laura deeply uncomfortable and fearful. Despite her unease, Laura's concerns were not escalated to the extent they should have been, which tragically allowed the situation to escalate further. The meticulous planning. As his infatuation twisted into obsession, Farley began meticulously planning an attack that would forever alter the lives of those involved. He fixated on the office space they had both inhabited, transforming it into a scene of horror. Farley's planning involved intricate details, from choosing the right moment to strike to selecting the tools that would facilitate his grisly act. The tragic day unfolds. November 13, 1995, was the fateful day when Farley's obsession culminated in a heinous act. Armed and fueled by a dangerous mix of emotions, he entered the office with a single-minded intent. As the unsuspecting Laura Black went about her day, she was confronted by Farley's unrelenting violence. The attack was swift and brutal, leaving the office space stained with tragedy. The immediate aftermath was a scene of chaos, as co-workers grappled with shock and disbelief at the gruesome turn of events. Community shock and response. The news of Laura Black's stalking and murder sent shockwaves through the tight-knit community of Reno. The senseless loss of a young life and the realization that such horrors could occur in their own backyard left residents reeling. Vigils were held to honor Laura's memory, and calls for awareness about the dangers of obsession, stalking, and domestic violence resonated strongly. The legal proceedings. In the aftermath of the tragedy, Richard Farley was apprehended by law enforcement. The meticulous planning he had put into the attack did not save him from facing the consequences of his actions. The legal proceedings that followed shed further light on the extent of his obsession and the calculated nature of the crime. The trial served as a somber reminder of the devastating consequences of unchecked infatuation and the vital importance of recognizing warning signs. Legacy and lessons. The Laura Black stalking and murder case serves as a tragic reminder of the lengths to which unchecked obsession can lead. The devastating loss of a young life highlighted the urgency of recognizing and addressing signs of danger. Community discussions about stalking, domestic violence, and mental health gained momentum, as individuals and organizations worked to prevent similar tragedies from occurring in the future. Conclusion. November 13, 1995, will forever remain a date marked by tragedy in the history of Reno, Nevada. Laura Black's life was tragically cut short by the disturbing infatuation of Richard Farley, a former co-worker whose obsession escalated to a horrific crime. As the community mourned, they also rallied together to raise awareness about the dangers of stalking and the importance of recognizing signs of obsession and violence. The legacy of Laura Black serves as a solemn reminder that society must remain vigilant in addressing and preventing such senseless acts of violence from occurring again. Tragedy strikes. The Diane Gregg stalking and murder case, August 25, 1989. Introduction. The chilling events that unfolded on August 25, 1989, would forever change the way society perceives stalking and the urgency for stronger legislation against this heinous crime. The tragic tale of Diane Gregg, a young woman whose life was cut short by the actions of David Richard Davis, serves as a somber reminder of the devastating consequences of unchecked obsession and the critical need for comprehensive laws to combat such behavior. The unfolding obsession. Diane Gregg, a 28-year-old woman, lived a quiet and content life in a suburban neighborhood. A talented artist and a caring friend, Diane was beloved by those who knew her. David Richard Davis, on the other hand, was a troubled individual whose fixation on Diane would lead to a series of sinister events. David's obsession with Diane began innocently enough, with casual interactions at local gatherings. However, as time passed, his infatuation grew into an unhealthy obsession, marked by invasive actions such as constant phone calls, sending unsolicited gifts, and following her around town. These actions caused Diane considerable distress and fear, prompting her to seek assistance from law enforcement. The fear intensifies. Despite Diane's efforts to protect herself, David's obsession escalated. He resorted to lurking around her home, sending threatening messages, and even vandalizing her property. Diane's life was engulfed in fear, as her every move was monitored by a man consumed by his dark desires. Friends and family urged her to take legal action, and she sought restraining orders against David, but the existing laws had limited scope in addressing this new and growing problem. The break-in and tragedy. On the fateful night of August 25, 1989, David Richard Davis's obsession reached its horrifying peak. Armed with a determination to possess Diane at any cost, he broke into her home. The invasion of her sanctuary was an unspeakable violation, a stark reminder of the dangers that stalking posed. David's actions that night were not only criminal but also deeply perverse, as he subjected Diane to a sexual assault that added another layer of horror to her already traumatic experience. In a desperate bid to escape her tormentor, Diane fought back with every ounce of strength she could muster. Tragically, her struggle for survival ended in her untimely death at the hands of the very person who had relentlessly pursued her. The shockwaves of her murder reverberated through the community, leaving an indelible mark on the collective consciousness. The aftermath and call for change. Diane Gregg's brutal murder highlighted the pressing need for comprehensive legislation against stalking. The case exposed the inadequacies of existing laws in addressing the evolving nature of this crime and protecting potential victims. Advocates, friends, and family of Diane came together to champion a new legal framework that would criminalize stalking in all its forms, offering victims the legal recourse and protection they so desperately needed. The Diane Gregg Stalking Prevention Act. In the wake of this tragic event, lawmakers responded to the call for change. The Diane Gregg Stalking Prevention Act, enacted in the years following her murder, represented a significant step forward in addressing the dangers of stalking. The Act defined stalking in a broader context, encompassing a range of behaviors from unwanted communication to physical intrusion. It established clear legal consequences for such actions and facilitated the issuance of restraining orders with more teeth to ensure the safety of victims. Furthermore, the Act emphasized the importance of educating law enforcement and the public about stalking, its warning signs, and the available legal remedies. It created a comprehensive support network for victims, offering counseling, legal aid, and resources to rebuild their lives after the trauma they endured. Conclusion. The tragic stalking and murder of Diane Gregg by David Richard Davis on August 25, 1989, remains a heart-wrenching tale that underscores the devastating consequences of unchecked obsession. Diane's life was cut short by a man consumed by his sinister desires, shining a harsh light on the inadequacies of existing laws in addressing the evolving nature of stalking. However, out of this tragedy emerged a call for change, culminating in the enactment of the Diane Gregg Stalking Prevention Act, a crucial legislative step toward curbing the horrors of stalking and ensuring that victims are protected and empowered. Diane's legacy lives on through the lessons learned from her heartbreaking ordeal, reminding society of the urgent need for vigilance against such predatory behavior and the necessity of comprehensive legal measures to combat it. The complex tale of Eileen Wuornos, trauma, stalking, and murder, August 25, 1989. Introduction. The case of Eileen Wuornos is a haunting chapter in the annals of criminal history, shedding light on the intricate interplay between trauma, self-defense, and the descent into serial killing. Wuornos, a woman who killed several men and claimed self-defense, can be viewed through the lens of the stalking and harassment she endured throughout her life, culminating in the tragic event that occurred on August 25, 1989. This account delves into the details of that fateful day, exploring the complex motivations and psychological factors that contributed to Wuornos' actions. Background and early life. Eileen Wuornos was born on February 29, 1956, in Rochester, Michigan. Her early life was marred by instability and turmoil. Her father was absent, and her mother abandoned her and her brother when they were young. This abandonment left deep emotional scars on Wuornos, setting the stage for a life filled with struggles and challenges. She was forced into the foster care system, where she experienced abuse and neglect, further intensifying her psychological trauma. Entering adulthood. As Wuornos transitioned into adulthood, her life continued on a tumultuous trajectory. She engaged in survival sex work and faced immense financial and emotional hardships. It was during this period that she met Tyria Moore, a woman who would become both her lover and accomplice. Wuornos' relationships with men were often characterized by violence, exploitation, and abuse, which seemed to reinforce her perception of the world as a hostile and threatening place. The murders and claims of self-defense. Between 1989 and 1990, Wuornos was involved in a series of killings that shocked the nation. She targeted men, claiming that she acted in self-defense during attempted sexual assaults. While the veracity of these claims remains a point of debate, it is essential to consider the trauma she had experienced throughout her life. Her past history of abuse and victimization likely played a significant role in her perception of danger, influencing her actions and contributing to her justifications. The Diane Gregg stalking and murder, August 25, 1989. The event that took place on August 25, 1989, marked a turning point in Wuornos' killing spree. Diane Gregg, a 47-year-old businessman, was the unfortunate victim on that day. Wuornos claimed that she shot Gregg in self-defense, asserting that he had sexually assaulted her and posed a threat to her life. While her actions were violent and irreversible, the lens of trauma offers insight into her state of mind. Wuornos' history of abuse and victimization likely influenced her perception of the encounter, potentially distorting her assessment of danger. Legal proceedings and controversies. Wuornos' claims of self-defense were tested in court, where she faced a legal battle that captivated the nation. Her troubled past, including her experiences of stalking and harassment, came to the forefront during the trial. It became evident that Wuornos had encountered a series of predatory men throughout her life, which undoubtedly shaped her perceptions and reactions in dangerous situations. However, the legal system also had the responsibility of addressing the heinous nature of the crimes committed. Psychological analysis and societal implications. The case of Eileen Wuornos raises complex questions about the intersection of trauma, self-defense, and criminal behavior. Psychologically, her experiences of abandonment, abuse, and exploitation led to the development of deeply ingrained defense mechanisms and heightened vigilance. These psychological responses may have driven her to resort to violence as a means of survival, further blurring the lines between self-defense and criminal intent. Furthermore, the case highlights the pervasive issue of stalking and harassment, which often goes unaddressed. Wuornos' encounters with predatory individuals mirror the experiences of countless individuals who fall victim to stalking. This aspect of her story underscores the need for greater awareness, prevention, and support systems to protect potential victims and address the underlying issues that can lead to tragic outcomes. Conclusion. The case of Eileen Wuornos and the events that unfolded on August 25, 1989, are a stark reminder of the complexity of human behavior and the profound impact of trauma. Warno's trajectory from victim to perpetrator forces us to examine the interconnectedness of experiences and emotions that can lead to a cascade of actions with irreversible consequences. By delving into her life story, we gain insight into the dark corners of the human psyche and the societal failures that allow cycles of abuse and violence to persist. The Goat Man of Maryland, 1957. In the annals of urban legends and folklore, few stories capture the imagination quite like that of the Goat Man of Prince George's County, Maryland. Rooted in the late 1950s, this chilling tale has enthralled and terrified generations, weaving a narrative of the unknown, the macabre, and the unexplainable. The Goat Man, as the legend goes, is a cryptid, a creature whose existence is unproven and often disputed by scientific communities. With the head of a goat and a humanoid body, the creature is depicted as a grotesque hybrid, a fusion of human and animal. Its origins are shrouded in mystery, with local lore attributing its creation to a mad scientist conducting bizarre experiments in the nearby Beltsville Agricultural Research Center. The first whispers of the Goat Man emerged in the late 1950s, as reports circulated about encounters with this enigmatic creature. A wave of terror swept through the residents of Prince George's County, with claims of the Goat Man attacking those who ventured too close to its supposed domain. The rural landscapes of Maryland became a breeding ground for fear, as campers and hikers shared tales of hearing eerie footsteps in the woods and catching glimpses of a twisted figure lurking in the shadows. The legend's longevity can be attributed to its powerful grip on the human psyche. The fusion of man and goat taps into primordial fears of the unknown and the uncanny. As a result, the Goat Man quickly transcended its local origins, becoming a staple of campfire tales and late-night discussions across the country. Its infamy was further solidified by occasional newspaper reports and radio broadcasts, sensationalizing the encounters and perpetuating the mystique. Despite the lack of concrete evidence, eyewitness accounts persisted. Terrified individuals described the creature as towering and muscular, exuding an aura of primal menace. The most common description painted a picture of a humanoid figure with fur-covered legs ending in cloven hooves, while its upper body bore unsettling human-like features with a goat's head. The hybrid nature of the Goat Man added fuel to the belief that it was a result of scientific experimentation gone awry. A notable facet of the legend was its propensity for violence. The Goat Man was said to be particularly hostile toward those who ventured into its territory. Stories circulated of campers waking in the dead of night to find themselves under attack, their tents torn and their belongings scattered. These alleged encounters often left the victims shaken, their minds forever marked by the chilling confrontation. However, skeptics dismissed these tales as mere fabrications, the byproduct of overactive imaginations and a hunger for attention. They argued that the Goat Man was nothing more than a modern incarnation of age-old myths and legends, serving as a cautionary tale to discourage nighttime wanderings and reckless behavior. In this view, the legend became a cautionary fable, a way to enforce societal norms and instill fear in those who dared to transgress them. The tale took on a life of its own, evolving with each retelling. It became a cultural touchstone, influencing literature, film, and art. Horror writers drew inspiration from the Goat Man, incorporating its sinister presence into their stories, while filmmakers capitalized on its aura of dread to craft spine-tingling narratives that played on people's deepest fears. The legend's adaptability ensured its survival in the collective consciousness for decades. In the modern age of information, the Goat Man legend has taken on new dimensions. It has found a home in internet forums, where enthusiasts and skeptics engage in spirited debates about its origins and existence. Amateur investigators armed with cameras and audio recorders venture into the woods in search of evidence, hoping to capture a glimpse of the elusive creature that has haunted the public imagination for generations. Ultimately, the Goat Man of Maryland serves as a testament to the enduring power of folklore and urban legends. Whether a product of genuine fear, a cautionary tale, or a blend of both, its impact on popular culture cannot be denied. The tale's ability to evolve and adapt over time speaks to the human need for mystery and wonder, as well as our capacity to find solace in shared fears and stories that defy rational explanation. As the years march on, the Goat Man continues to lurk in the shadows of Prince George's County, a spectral reminder of the inexplicable and the unsettling. Whether a monstrous reality or a creation of human imagination, its legacy endures, a chilling whisper that reminds us that even in the modern world, the unknown still holds sway over our deepest fears and desires. The Mothman, West Virginia, 1966 to 1967. The Mothman of Point Pleasant, unraveling the enigma of the winged creature and the Silver Bridge tragedy. In the mid-1960s, the quiet town of Point Pleasant, nestled along the banks of the Ohio River in West Virginia, became the epicenter of a chilling urban legend that would captivate the nation's imagination for decades to come. The legend of the Mothman. From 1966 to 1967, reports of a mysterious winged humanoid creature haunting the area, coupled with the tragic collapse of the Silver Bridge, created a tapestry of fear, fascination, and paranormal speculation that continues to intrigue to this day. The Mothman, often described as a tall, winged figure with fiery red eyes and a wingspan resembling that of a large bird, emerged as an embodiment of terror during its brief but impactful reign in Point Pleasant. The sightings began innocuously enough, with initial reports of a strange creature flitting through the night skies. However, it wasn't long before the descriptions became more consistent and disturbing, fueling rumors and sparking conversations that spread like wildfire throughout the town. Eyewitnesses recounted their encounters with the Mothman in chilling detail. They spoke of eerie encounters on deserted roads, where the creature would suddenly appear, its glowing eyes piercing the darkness. Others claimed to have witnessed it perched atop buildings or soaring gracefully above the treetops. While skeptics dismissed these accounts as mere exaggerations or misidentifications of known animals, the sheer volume of testimonies from various sources lent an air of credibility to the phenomenon. The fear that the Mothman inspired in Point Pleasant was not limited to its physical presence alone. Many who claimed to have crossed paths with the creature reported a sense of impending doom or disaster, a feeling that was intensified by the creature's association with a tragic event that would shake the town to its core. On December 15, 1967, Point Pleasant experienced a catastrophe that would intertwine the Mothman legend with stark reality. The Silver Bridge, a vital link connecting Point Pleasant to neighboring Ohio, suddenly collapsed during rush hour traffic, plunging dozens of vehicles and their occupants into the icy waters below. The disaster resulted in the deaths of 46 people and left the town shattered and in mourning. The collapse of the Silver Bridge served as a grim backdrop to the Mothman legend, igniting speculation that the creature's appearances were harbingers of impending doom. Some believed that the Mothman was a supernatural entity sent to warn the town of the impending disaster, while others saw it as an omen of death and tragedy. The line between fact and folklore blurred as Point Pleasant grappled with the dual narrative of a mythical creature and a very real tragedy. In the aftermath of the Silver Bridge collapse, interest in the Mothman reached new heights. Journalists, paranormal investigators, and curiosity seekers descended upon Point Pleasant, seeking answers to the enigmatic creature's true nature. Books were written, documentaries produced, and countless theories put forth to explain the phenomenon. Skeptics attributed the Mothman sightings to misidentifications of large birds, such as owls or sandhill cranes, while believers clung to the idea of a supernatural entity. One theory that gained traction was the idea that the Mothman was a harbinger of tragedy, drawn to areas where disaster was imminent. This concept, while intriguing, also highlighted the human tendency to find patterns and meaning in the chaos of life. The Mothman, with its eerie appearance and uncanny timing, seemed to provide a framework for interpreting the unexplainable, offering a way to make sense of the inexplicable. As the years passed, the Mothman legend evolved from a local curiosity to a global phenomenon. Point Pleasant embraced its unique connection to the creature, hosting an annual Mothman festival that draws thousands of visitors eager to engage with the paranormal lore. Statues, murals, and memorabilia dedicated to the winged entity can be found throughout the town, serving as a testament to its enduring impact. In the end, the Mothman remains an enigma, a symbol of the unexplained and a reminder of the power of urban legends to shape perceptions and ignite the human imagination. Whether a supernatural entity, a manifestation of collective fear, or a mixture of both, the Mothman's legacy continues to soar through the annals of history, leaving behind a tale that blurs the line between the real and the fantastical, the rational and the paranormal. And as long as the story is told, the Mothman will remain perched on the edge of our consciousness, a mystery that refuses to be fully unraveled. The Loveland Frogman, unraveling the enigmatic urban legend of 1955 Ohio. Introduction. Urban legends have long fascinated and perplexed communities, drawing upon elements of mystery, the unknown, and the unexplainable. One such enigmatic tale that emerged in 1955 was the legend of the Loveland Frogman, a series of reports detailing encounters with frog-like humanoid creatures along the banks of the Little Miami River in Loveland, Ohio. These accounts, although largely unverifiable, captured the imaginations of locals and continue to be a subject of intrigue in discussions about the unexplained and the supernatural origins of the legend. The story of the Loveland Frogman began to circulate in the summer of 1955 when a spate of reports emerged about mysterious creatures with frog-like features in the vicinity of Loveland. These beings, often described as having the bodies of humans but the heads of frogs, were said to possess webbed hands and a formidable presence. Accounts of these sightings shared commonalities, with witnesses detailing unsettling encounters with these creatures along the Little Miami River, a picturesque waterway winding through the Ohio landscape. The encounters, several reported encounters with the Loveland Frogman, form the basis of the urban legend. These encounters were often described in vivid and unnerving detail, with witnesses recounting how the creatures emerged from the river's depths or lurked along its banks. The most common theme in these stories was that of intimidation or fear, as campers and passers-by allegedly faced the unnerving gaze of these frog-like beings. One of the earliest and most widely cited accounts was that of a businessman who claimed to have seen 3 frog-like creatures gathered near the water on a summer night. According to his report, he watched as these beings conversed in an unintelligible language before returning to the river's depths. Another story involved a police officer who purportedly encountered a similar group of creatures on a bridge. In this encounter, one of the creatures held a wand-like device that emitted sparks, leading to speculation about their origins and intentions. Fear and speculation. As news of these encounters spread, so did fear and speculation. Residents of Loveland and neighboring communities became cautious when venturing near the river, particularly after dark. The eerie and inexplicable nature of the stories fueled discussions about the possible origins and motives of the Loveland Frogman. Theories ranged from extraterrestrial visitors to cryptids from a hidden realm, leaving a lasting mark on the local folklore. Investigative efforts. In the wake of the Loveland Frogman reports, various investigations were conducted to shed light on the mysterious claims. Skeptics dismissed the accounts as products of overactive imaginations or misidentifications of common animals. Others speculated that the sightings could be attributed to escaped exotic pets or elaborate hoaxes perpetrated for attention or amusement. A more rational explanation emerged when it was suggested that the reported creatures could be large bullfrogs, which are native to the region. Bullfrogs have prominent eyes and a distinctive appearance, especially when viewed in low light. It was proposed that these ordinary animals might have been mistaken for something more fantastical in the darkness, thus contributing to the development of the legend. Legacy and cultural impact. Despite the efforts to rationalize the encounters, the Loveland Frogman legend endured. The story became deeply ingrained in local culture, inspiring creative works such as art, literature, and even a variety of media adaptations. The legend's enduring appeal is a testament to humanity's fascination with the unknown and the willingness to embrace the mysterious even in the face of rational explanations. Conclusion. The tale of the Loveland Frogman, a real-life urban legend born in 1955 Ohio, continues to captivate and mystify audiences. While the encounters with frog-like humanoid creatures along the banks of the Little Miami River remain unverified and largely attributed to the realm of myth, the story serves as a reminder of the enduring power of folklore and the human inclination to explore the boundaries of reality. Whether rooted in genuine experiences or born from the depths of imagination, the Loveland Frogman legend remains an intriguing and unforgettable chapter in the annals of urban legends. The Jersey Devil, New Jersey 1735. The Jersey Devil, unveiling the centuries-old legend of New Jersey's enigmatic creature. Introduction. The dense pine barrens of New Jersey have long been shrouded in mystery, hosting tales of strange happenings and mythical creatures. Among these legends, the story of the Jersey Devil stands out as a timeless enigma. This urban legend, dating back to the early 18th century, paints a vivid picture of a creature with hooves, wings, and a grotesque hybrid of a goat and horse head. Although not inherently connected to camping, the Jersey Devil's lore has seamlessly woven itself into the fabric of wilderness tales, captivating imaginations for generations. Origins and early reports. The first whispers of the Jersey Devil emerged in the year 1735, captivating the imaginations of those who inhabited the quaint villages surrounding the pine barrens. According to the legend, a woman named Mother Leeds found herself pregnant for the 13th time, overwhelmed and perhaps even cursed by the sheer number of children she was bearing. As the story goes, in a moment of despair and frustration, Mother Leeds cried out, "Let this one be a devil." Little did she know, her words would spawn a centuries-long tale that continues to capture the curiosity of many. The creation of a mythical creature. The legend describes the transformation of the 13th child into a monstrous creature, an embodiment of the curse uttered in a moment of desperation. The creature, known as the Jersey Devil, is often depicted as having a horse-like head with a pair of wicked horns, and a body that blends the features of various animals. Its bat-like wings enable it to take to the air, haunting the skies over the pine barrens. The creature's lower half is that of a goat, complete with cloven hooves, allowing it to traverse the rugged terrain with an eerie grace. Spread of the legend. As the decades rolled on, the legend of the Jersey Devil began to take root in local folklore, finding its way into the conversations of villagers and travelers alike. The Pine Barrens, with its dense forests and elusive atmosphere, provided the perfect backdrop for such tales to flourish. Stories of eerie cries echoing through the night, mutilated livestock, and sudden unexplained disappearances only served to amplify the fear and fascination surrounding the enigmatic creature. The Jersey Devil in wilderness stories. While not directly related to camping, the legend of the Jersey Devil found its way into various wilderness stories. Campfires crackled as campers recounted tales of close encounters with the elusive creature, amplifying the eerie ambience of the Pine Barrens. Campfire stories have always held a special place in the hearts of those who seek adventure in the great outdoors, and the Jersey Devil's legend seamlessly integrated itself into this tradition. Its presence added an element of mystery and excitement to camping trips, prompting daring souls to venture into the depths of the Pine Barrens in search of a glimpse of the mythical beast. Exploring the psychological aspect. The enduring allure of the Jersey Devil legend can be attributed to a confluence of factors, including the human psyche's fascination with the unknown and the thrill of storytelling. Psychologically, urban legends like the Jersey Devil tap into our primal fear of the dark and the mysterious, echoing age-old tales of monsters lurking just beyond the edge of civilization. The legend's persistence and adaptability across generations highlight our innate need to explore the unexplained and to share stories that both terrify and captivate. Conclusion. The legend of the Jersey Devil, born in the shadows of the Pine Barrens over 2 centuries ago, continues to thrive as a testament to the power of storytelling and the enduring allure of the unknown. Its presence, although not inherently linked to camping, has seamlessly integrated itself into wilderness narratives, captivating the hearts and minds of those seeking adventure and mystery. The Jersey Devil's tale reminds us that even in the age of reason and science, there remains a deep-rooted fascination with the enigmatic and the supernatural. Whether as a cautionary tale, a campfire story, or a testament to the human imagination, the legend of the Jersey Devil lives on, echoing through the windswept pines and mysterious corners of New Jersey's wilderness. The Beast of Bray Road, Wisconsin 1989. The Beast of Bray Road, unraveling the enigma of Wisconsin's cryptid legend. Introduction. In the quiet town of Elkhorn, Wisconsin, in the late summer of 1989, an enigma emerged that would go on to captivate the minds of locals and paranormal enthusiasts alike. A cryptid, known as the Beast of Bray Road, made its mysterious debut, leaving behind a trail of bewildered witnesses and a legacy of urban legend that continues to endure. This wolf-like creature, described as hairy and walking on its hind legs, introduced an eerie element to the rural areas surrounding Elkhorn, casting shadows of doubt and intrigue over camping trips and outdoor excursions. The emergence of the beast. It was during the twilight hours of a warm August evening when the first sighting of the creature was reported. A young woman driving along Bray Road, a desolate stretch of asphalt flanked by cornfields, claimed to have encountered a creature unlike any other. Her description painted a chilling image, a large, hairy beast with canine features that seemingly defied nature by standing on its hind legs. This encounter, which some skeptics dismissed as a mere figment of imagination, sparked a series of similar reports that would soon accumulate into a perplexing pattern. A pattern emerges. As word spread of the initial sighting, more witnesses came forward with eerily consistent descriptions of encountering the enigmatic creature. Locals, including farmers and travelers, reported glimpses of the beast prowling the outskirts of Elkhorn. Described as having powerful legs, shaggy fur, and a snout reminiscent of a wolf, the creature became the focal point of both curiosity and trepidation. Interestingly, while the beast of Bray Road became closely associated with the rural landscape surrounding Elkhorn, its appearances were not confined to camping areas or outdoor retreats. The encounters occurred sporadically, spanning from the remote countryside to the very outskirts of the town. The camping conundrum. Despite the lack of direct ties between the cryptid encounters and camping, the legend of the beast of Bray Road injected an unsettling aura into outdoor activities. Campers and hikers couldn't escape the shadow cast by the reported sightings, as whispers of the creature's existence permeated the local culture. The woods that were once a source of solace and adventure now bore an element of uncertainty, as the possibility of encountering the mysterious beast added a layer of complexity to the camping experience. Stories around campfires shifted from jovial anecdotes to speculative discussions about the true nature of the creature lurking in the darkness, cryptid culture and beyond. As the years went by, the beast of Bray Road continued to maintain its mystique. The legend transcended local boundaries, captivating the attention of cryptozoologists, journalists, and paranormal enthusiasts. Investigative efforts sought to uncover the truth behind the stories, with researchers delving into the realm of folklore, biology, and local history. The legend's endurance can be attributed to the blend of fear and fascination it evoked, as well as the inability of skeptics to fully debunk the numerous accounts, explanations and theories. Numerous theories emerged in attempts to explain the origin and identity of the creature. Some suggested that the sightings were the result of misidentifications of known animals, such as bears or coyotes. Others proposed that the beast of Bray Road could be a surviving relic of prehistoric times, a remnant of a species previously thought extinct. Additionally, the idea of a shape-shifting entity or a product of genetic experimentation found its way into the discourse. However, none of these explanations could conclusively dispel the mystery that enshrouded the cryptid. Legacy and cultural impact. The beast of Bray Road's impact extended beyond the confines of Wisconsin. It became a part of popular culture, inspiring literature, films, and documentaries. The allure of the unknown, coupled with the spine-tingling accounts of witnesses, transformed the legend into a timeless tale that resonated with humanity's fascination for the unexplained. Tours and events centered around the creature's lore further cemented its status as a cultural phenomenon. Conclusion. The enigmatic saga of the Beast of Bray Road serves as a testament to the enduring power of folklore and urban legends. Whether a result of overactive imaginations, genuine encounters with an unknown creature, or a combination of both, the legend has woven itself into the fabric of Elkhorn's history. The cryptid's presence may not have been directly tied to camping, but its influence added an eerie element to outdoor experiences, forever blurring the line between reality and the supernatural. As the beast's story continues to be passed down through generations, it stands as a reminder that even in the modern age, mysteries still lurk in the shadows, waiting to captivate the curious and the bold. The Midnight Encounter, unraveling the enigma of June 17, 2005. Introduction. Urban legends have a way of weaving themselves into the fabric of our collective consciousness, leaving us both fascinated and fearful. The tale of the Midnight Encounter, which took place on June 17, 2005, is one such urban legend that has captured the imaginations of many. This eerie account involves a group of friends driving on a desolate highway late at night, encountering a mysterious creature resembling the infamous rake. As details of the encounter spread, it became a chilling tale that raises questions about the boundaries between reality and the supernatural. The setting: the events transpired on a warm summer night in 2005, as a group of 4 friends embarked on a road trip through a remote and isolated stretch of highway. The location of this chilling encounter remains undisclosed, adding to the aura of mystery that surrounds the incident. The friends were navigating through a pitch-black landscape, surrounded by dense woods and an unsettling silence that only deepened as they ventured further into the night. The encounter: as the friends cruised along the deserted highway, their laughter and chatter cut through the eerie stillness. The hum of the car's engine was their only companion, until an unexplainable unease settled in the air. Without warning, the atmosphere shifted from camaraderie to tension as a chilling realization took hold: they were not alone. Up ahead, an indistinct figure emerged from the shadows, illuminated by the faint glow of the car's headlights. The creature's appearance: described as a creature resembling the infamous rake, a creature commonly featured in online horror stories, the being bore a humanoid form but with twisted and grotesque features. Its limbs were elongated, its skin pale and translucent. The friends later recalled its eyes as a piercing yellow, reflecting an otherworldly intelligence. As the car's headlights fell upon the creature, its unsettling appearance sent shivers down their spines. The unnerving encounter: what happened next would become etched in the minds of the friends forever. The creature, seemingly unfazed by the car's presence, abruptly rushed towards it with inhuman speed. Panic engulfed the car's occupants as they witnessed the creature's elongated limbs extend toward the windows. The sound of its sharp nails scratching against the glass pierced the air, amplifying the terror that had taken root in their hearts. The encounter's aftermath: the friends, gripped by fear and disbelief, reacted instinctively. One of them managed to find their voice and shouted at the driver to speed away from the nightmare that had materialized before them. As the car accelerated, the creature vanished into the darkness, leaving behind an unsettling void. The encounter left the group traumatized, their once idyllic road trip shattered by the inexplicable and horrifying events that unfolded that fateful night. Spread of the legend: the friends shared their harrowing encounter with their families and acquaintances, and the tale began to spread through word of mouth. As details were recounted and embellished, the legend of the midnight encounter gained momentum. It found its way onto online forums, chat rooms, and social media platforms, taking on a life of its own. The story's veracity became a topic of debate, with skeptics dismissing it as a mere fabrication while believers clung to the chilling realism of the account. Psychological impact: the psychological impact of the encounter on the friends was profound. Nightmares, anxiety, and a constant feeling of being watched plagued their thoughts. The line between reality and imagination blurred, leaving them grappling with the inexplicable. The encounter ignited discussions about the fragility of human perception and the potential influence of collective fear on shared experiences. Conclusion: the midnight encounter, June 17, 2005, remains a haunting urban legend that taps into our primal fears of the unknown and the supernatural. Whether an elaborate hoax or a genuine paranormal experience, the tale continues to captivate minds and spark conversations about the thin veil between reality and the unexplained. As the years pass, the story persists as a testament to the enduring power of storytelling and the enduring mysteries that lie beyond the boundaries of our understanding. The Skinwalker Pursuit: Unraveling the Enigma of October 29, 2010. Introduction. Urban legends have an uncanny ability to captivate the human imagination, blurring the lines between reality and the supernatural. Among these tales, the story of the Skinwalker Pursuit stands out as an eerie encounter that occurred on October 29, 2010, along a remote highway in the arid landscapes of the American Southwest. This narrative revolves around a lone driver's spine-chilling account of being pursued by a humanoid figure with animalistic traits, widely believed to be a mythical being known as a skinwalker. As we delve into the details of this strange encounter, We navigate the realms of the unexplainable and examine the psychology of fear that such stories evoke. The setting. The stage for this perplexing incident was a desolate highway that winds through the heart of the Southwest's rugged terrain, characterized by its vast expanses of desert and sparse population. On that fateful evening, as dusk settled in and the sun cast elongated shadows across the landscape, a lone driver found themselves traversing this isolated route. The vast emptiness around them only accentuated the feeling of solitude and vulnerability. The encounter. According to the driver's account, as their headlights cut through the gathering darkness, a figure emerged from the wilderness at the side of the road. The description of this figure varied slightly among different retellings, but a common thread emerged: a humanoid entity with unsettling animal-like attributes. Reports mentioned elongated limbs, matted hair resembling fur, and an eerie luminescence in its eyes. The pursuit. What sets this account apart is the alleged pursuit that ensued. The driver claimed that the creature abruptly started to chase their vehicle, keeping an astonishing pace despite the vehicle's speed. The sensation of being pursued by a being that appeared to defy the limitations of physical capabilities injected the situation with a palpable sense of terror. The driver's panicked attempts to lose their pursuer were reportedly met with failure, as the creature matched their every maneuver. The legend of the Skinwalker. Central to understanding the impact of this story is unraveling the mythos of the Skinwalker. Rooted in Native American folklore, particularly among the Navajo and Hopi tribes, a skinwalker is believed to be a malevolent practitioner of witchcraft with the ability to transform into various animals. The purpose of these transformations ranges from nefarious deeds to gaining supernatural power. These legends often serve as cautionary tales, discouraging individuals from dabbling in the dark arts. Psychology of fear and the unknown. The Skinwalker pursuit taps into primal fears that lurk within the human psyche: the fear of the unknown, the vulnerability of isolation, and the boundary between reality and the supernatural. The desolate highway becomes a metaphorical crossroads between the familiar and the uncanny, where the rules of the natural world appear to be suspended. The driver's sense of powerlessness, amplified by the creature's relentless pursuit, mirrors a universal fear of being pursued by an intangible threat. Skepticism and explanations. As with most urban legends, skeptics attempt to provide rational explanations for the incident. Skeptics posit that the driver might have encountered a misidentified animal, such as a coyote or a stray dog, illuminated oddly by the vehicle's headlights. The adrenaline rush of being alone on a desolate road after dark could also have played a role in distorting the perception of events. Conclusion. The Skinwalker pursuit of October 29, 2010, encapsulates the enigmatic allure of urban legends, narratives that blur the boundaries between the ordinary and the extraordinary. Whether rooted in folklore, psychological responses to fear, or a convergence of both, these stories continue to captivate and intrigue. The tale of the lone driver's encounter with a creature that defied the norms of reality offers a glimpse into the intricate interplay of human imagination, cultural mythos, and the ever-persistent unknown. Regardless of one's beliefs, such stories remind us of the enduring power of storytelling and the potent emotions it can evoke. The Allagash abductions, unraveling the enigma of August 20th to 21st, 1976. In the annals of unexplained phenomena, few stories have captivated the imagination quite like the Allagash abductions of August 20th to 21st, 1976. This bizarre tale emerged from the tranquil wilderness near Allagash, Maine, where four men, Charles Fultz, his twin brother Jack Fultz, Chuck Rack, and Jim Weiner, embarked on a camping trip that would forever alter their lives and spark debates about alien abductions and UFO encounters. The narrative begins innocuously enough, with the quartet of friends seeking adventure amidst the pristine beauty of the Maine woods. Carrying canoes, camping gear, and youthful enthusiasm, they set out on a journey that would thrust them into a realm of unexplainable phenomena. Little did they know, the serene calm of their surroundings would soon give way to an experience that defied logic and comprehension. On the night of August 20th, 1976, As darkness descended upon their campsite near Eagle Lake, the four men reported witnessing an otherworldly sight. A bright, luminous object suddenly materialized in the sky, capturing their attention with its inexplicable maneuvers. Moments later, the object emitted a brilliant beam of light that enveloped their canoe, casting an eerie glow over the tranquil waters. The next sequence of events remains shrouded in mystery, as the men's memories became fragmented and disjointed. They claimed to have lost several hours of time, a phenomenon often associated with alleged abductions. Disturbingly, their recollections were marred by flashes of being inside a strange craft, surrounded by an otherworldly ambience. According to their accounts, non-human entities subjected them to medical examinations, a claim that would evoke comparisons to classic tales of alien encounters. Despite the fragmented nature of their memories, the men's stories bore remarkable similarities, lending credibility to their account. The consistency of their recollections, particularly with regards to the surreal experience inside the craft, added a layer of intrigue that captivated UFO enthusiasts and skeptics alike. For years, the quartet of friends kept their story relatively private, sharing their accounts only with close acquaintances. However, in 1989, their narrative gained a larger platform with the publication of the Allagash Abductions, a book that chronicled their extraordinary experience. Written by Raymond Fowler, the book delved into the details of the encounter, offering a comprehensive exploration of the events of that fateful night. Fowler's book became a focal point for those interested in UFO phenomena, drawing attention from both believers and skeptics. The publication of the Allagash Abductions ignited a firestorm of discussions and debates. UFO researchers and enthusiasts scrutinized the details, attempting to decipher whether the account held the key to unlocking the mysteries of extraterrestrial contact. Skeptics, on the other hand, pointed to potential logical explanations, ranging from sleep paralysis to shared hallucinations induced by the isolation of the wilderness. One of the most compelling aspects of the Allagash case was the emotional toll it took on the individuals involved. Over the years, each man experienced moments of doubt, reflection, and introspection. They grappled with the implications of their own memories, questioning the nature of reality and the boundaries of human experience. In the wake of the book's publication, the Allagash Abductions continued to garner attention from media outlets, UFO investigators, and paranormal enthusiasts. Documentaries, interviews, and articles further amplified the tale, transforming it into a cultural touchstone within the realm of unexplained phenomena. As time passed, the Allagash Abductions became both a cautionary tale and a symbol of the unexplained. The story served as a reminder that reality is often more enigmatic than it appears, with the potential for inexplicable events to reshape our understanding of the world around us. The enduring legacy of the encounter lies in its ability to provoke contemplation about the mysteries of the universe and the boundary between fact and fiction. In the grand tapestry of the unexplained, the Allagash Abductions stand as a testament to the enduring allure of the unknown. The account of four friends thrust into an otherworldly encounter on a serene Maine lake ignited imaginations, sparked debates, and left an indelible mark on the landscape of paranormal lore. Whether one believes their tale to be an authentic encounter or an elaborate fabrication, the story of the Allagash Abductions continues to remind us of the boundless mysteries that lie just beyond the horizon of human understanding. Bigfoot crossing highways in the Pacific Northwest, an ongoing occurrence. The vast and rugged landscapes of the Pacific Northwest have long been the backdrop for tales of mystery and intrigue. Among these legends, perhaps none is as enduring and captivating as the ongoing saga of Bigfoot, a towering, ape-like creature said to traverse highways in the region. From the dense forests to the winding roads, the legend of Bigfoot crossing highways has captured the imagination of locals and visitors alike, weaving a tapestry of awe and uncertainty that continues to thrive. The mysterious figure, Bigfoot's enigmatic presence. Bigfoot, also known as Sasquatch, is a creature of folklore and myth, often described as a large, bipedal ape-like being, covered in dark fur and possessing an aura of elusiveness. Reports of its presence date back centuries, with indigenous peoples of the Pacific Northwest region sharing stories of encounters with a powerful, yet shy, forest dweller. However, it wasn't until the modern era that the legend truly gained momentum. In recent decades, sightings of Bigfoot crossing highways have become a recurrent theme in the region. Motorists and pedestrians alike have reported glimpses of these towering figures darting across roads, their massive frames moving swiftly between the trees. Accounts often describe a creature standing between 7 to 10 feet tall, with powerful shoulders and a distinctive, hunched gait. These fleeting glimpses, often shrouded in darkness or obscured by distance, have contributed to the air of mystery surrounding Bigfoot. Eyewitness accounts, bridging reality and legend. The accounts of Bigfoot crossing highways are as diverse as the people who report them. From seasoned outdoors enthusiasts to skeptical city dwellers, the witnesses span a wide spectrum of backgrounds and beliefs. Some recount instances of coming upon the creature unexpectedly, their vehicles suddenly illuminated by the glare of headlights reflecting off Bigfoot's dark fare as it traverses the road. Others speak of distant observations, where the creature is seen from afar, disappearing into the trees before a clear identification can be made. One particularly compelling account comes from a truck driver who frequents the Pacific Northwest highways. He recounts an incident in the dead of night when, rounding a curve on a desolate stretch of road, his headlights caught a fleeting glimpse of a massive figure crossing the highway in a few quick strides. He describes the creature's immense size and the powerful grace with which it moved, leaving him in a state of shock and disbelief. Skeptics, on the other hand, attribute these sightings to misidentifications, elaborate hoaxes, or even psychological phenomena. However, the sheer volume and consistency of reported encounters hint at a phenomenon that cannot be easily dismissed, fueling the legend, pop culture and beyond. The legend of Bigfoot crossing highways has been perpetuated by a variety of factors, including pop culture, media coverage, and the allure of the unknown. Countless books, documentaries, and television shows have delved into the enigma of Bigfoot, showcasing eyewitness testimonies and reenactments of these highway crossings. This media exposure has helped sustain the fascination with Bigfoot and has led to a thriving subculture of enthusiasts who actively search for evidence of its existence. The allure of the Pacific Northwest's dense forests and untamed wilderness further fans the flames of this legend. The region's vast, untouched landscapes serve as a natural canvas for the imagination to run wild, nurturing the belief that elusive creatures like Bigfoot could indeed exist beyond the boundaries of our understanding. A modern folklore, balancing skepticism and wonder. As the legend of Bigfoot crossing highways in the Pacific Northwest endures, it continues to spark debates and discussions about the nature of belief, evidence, and the limits of human perception. While some dismiss these accounts as mere fabrications or misinterpretations of ordinary occurrences, others cling to the hope that these sightings are glimpses of a hidden world, a testament to the mysteries that still linger within the vast wilderness. Whether fueled by genuine encounters, the imagination, or a combination of both, the ongoing urban legend of Bigfoot crossing highways adds yet another layer of mystique to the captivating tapestry of the Pacific Northwest. In a world that often feels mapped and measured, these glimpses of the unknown serve as a reminder that there are corners of our planet that still hold secrets, waiting to be uncovered by those who dare to venture into the realm of the unexplained. The Haunted Rest Stop. Unraveling the legend of the eerie encounters. Introduction. On January 18, 2016, an unsettling urban legend emerged from the depths of the internet, recounting eerie encounters at a seemingly ordinary rest area off a remote highway. Travelers claimed to have come face to face with a mysterious figure that bore a striking resemblance to a skinwalker, a shape-shifting entity from Native American folklore. These chilling tales sent shivers down the spines of those who stumbled upon them, leaving many curious minds pondering the truth behind the haunted rest stop. In this accounting, we delve into the details of the legend, exploring the stories and attempting to shed light on the unexplained events that transpired. The rest stop and its mystique. The rest stop, situated alongside a desolate highway, initially appeared as just another waypoint for weary travelers seeking a momentary respite from their journeys. The location, though idyllic during the day, took on an eerie aura as the sun dipped below the horizon. It was during these twilight hours that the stories began to circulate. Eerie encounters, the Skinwalker's presence. Numerous reports surfaced of individuals experiencing inexplicable encounters with a mysterious figure near the rest area's restrooms. This figure, resembling the infamous Skinwalker of Native American lore, was said to emanate an air of malevolence, leaving visitors profoundly disturbed. One traveler, Sarah Thompson, recounted her unsettling experience in a blog post. She described how, while visiting the rest stop during a road trip, she felt an inexplicable unease as she approached the restroom area. As she entered the dimly lit corridor, a chilling sensation ran down her spine. She claimed to have glimpsed a shadowy silhouette out of the corner of her eye, a fleeting form that seemed to vanish into thin air. Similar accounts echoed across various online forums, each bearing eerie resemblances. Many reported hearing faint whispers carried by the wind, though no discernible source could be identified. Others claimed to have seen a figure standing at the periphery of their vision, vanishing upon closer inspection. A common thread woven through these tales was the overwhelming feeling of being watched, an unseen presence observing their every move. The Skinwalker connection. The term Skinwalker originates from Native American folklore, describing malevolent witches or shapeshifters capable of taking the form of animals. These beings were said to possess dark powers and often sought to harm humans. The connection between the rest stop encounters and the Skinwalker legend added an element of the uncanny to the unfolding narrative. Psychological phenomena and collective fear. As the stories of the haunted rest stop gained traction, some skeptics offered explanations grounded in psychology and the power of suggestion. The isolated nature of the rest stop, combined with the already eerie connotations of late-night travel, could have contributed to heightened states of anxiety and susceptibility to the imagination's whims. Psychologists noted that when individuals are in unfamiliar or unsettling environments, their minds may amplify sensations of fear, leading to perceptions of the supernatural. The collective nature of the reported experiences further fueled this phenomenon, as travelers shared and reinforced their accounts online. Placebo effect and online communities. The power of the internet played a crucial role in magnifying the legend. Online communities provided a platform for individuals to share their experiences and validate one another's encounters. The placebo effect, where a belief in something's existence enhances one's perception of it, could have intensified the eerie feelings associated with the rest stop. Conclusion, legends, perception, and the unexplained. The haunted rest stop, January 18, 2016, remains a compelling urban legend that straddles the line between folklore and psychological phenomena. Whether a genuine supernatural entity lurks in the shadows or the tales are manifestations of collective fear and suggestion, the legend serves as a testament to the power of storytelling and the human fascination with the unexplained. The rest stop, once ordinary, has become a canvas upon which travelers project their fears and curiosities, leaving an indelible mark on the highways of the mind. As long as travelers continue to embark on journeys under the moon's pale glow, the legend of the haunted rest stop will persist, a reminder that sometimes the most haunting encounters are not with the supernatural itself, but with the depths of the human psyche. The Keller Hopkinsville Encounter, Unraveling the Mystery of the Silver Beings. Introduction. The night of August 21, 1955, marked a pivotal moment in the realm of extraterrestrial encounters as the rural town of Kelly, Kentucky, became the epicenter of an intriguing and baffling event known as the Keller Hopkinsville Encounter. This urban legend has captured the imaginations of believers and skeptics alike, raising questions about the nature of reality, the possibility of life beyond Earth, and the limits of human perception. The tale begins with the Sutton family's extraordinary claim of encountering small, silver beings with oversized eyes and hands on their farmhouse, amidst an eerie backdrop of strange lights and sounds. The Sutton family's account. In the heart of the Kentucky countryside, the Sutton family, Billy Ray Taylor, his wife June, and their children, had gathered for a peaceful evening at their isolated farmhouse. Their lives would be forever altered when, late into the night, they were thrust into a terrifying encounter that defied explanation. According to the Suttons, the bizarre events commenced with the appearance of unusual lights in the sky, strange lights and sounds. As darkness settled over the rural landscape, the Suttons reported seeing a series of bright, multicolored lights darting across the sky. These lights, they claimed, were unlike anything they had ever witnessed before, not the familiar glow of stars or the predictable path of airplanes. Instead, the lights exhibited erratic movements, disappearing and reappearing in the heavens. The family's unease deepened as the lights were accompanied by a cacophony of strange sounds that seemed to emanate from all directions, adding an eerie dimension to the already uncanny spectacle. The encounter with the silver beings. As panic began to set in, the Suttons retreated into their farmhouse, seeking refuge from the inexplicable phenomena unfolding outside. However, their sense of safety was short-lived, as the surreal encounter took an even more bewildering turn. According to their account, a group of small, silver beings with oversized eyes and hands emerged from the shadows, encircling the house. These beings, which the family described as resembling aliens, appeared to be studying the farmhouse with a mix of curiosity and detachment. The Suttons' terror escalated as the silver beings seemed to exhibit supernatural abilities, such as floating and defying gravity. Their movements were described as uncannily fluid, contributing to the family's belief that they were facing something beyond the realm of human understanding. In a desperate bid to protect themselves, the Suttons reportedly fired at the beings using firearms, but the bullets seemingly had little effect, merely prompting the creatures to retreat before reappearing. Possible explanations and theories. Unsurprisingly, the Kelly-Hopkinsville encounter has sparked an array of explanations and theories over the years. Skeptics argue that the incident was a result of mass hysteria, influenced by the prevailing atmosphere of Cold War anxieties and the widespread interest in science fiction during that era. They suggest that the sighting of unusual lights could have been attributed to natural phenomena, such as meteors or atmospheric disturbances. On the other hand, proponents of the extraterrestrial hypothesis contend that the Suttons' encounter was evidence of alien life visiting Earth. They point to the family's consistent and detailed description of the silver beings, the strange lights, and the bizarre sounds as indications of a genuine otherworldly event. Conclusion. The Kelly-Hopkinsville encounter remains an enigmatic and captivating chapter in the annals of extraterrestrial lore. Whether one views it as a case of imaginative storytelling, a product of heightened anxiety, or a legitimate encounter with beings from another world, the event serves as a testament to the enduring allure of the unknown. Despite the passage of time and the advancement of science and technology, the inexplicable events of that August night continue to challenge our perceptions of reality and our place in the universe. The legacy of the encounter endures, reminding us of the human fascination with the mysterious and the unexplained. The Travis Walton abduction. A closer look at the November 5, 1975 incident. Introduction. On the chilly evening of November 5, 1975, a group of forestry workers ventured into the dense woods of Arizona's Apache-Sitgreaves National Forest to conduct routine work. However, this seemingly ordinary outing would take a bizarre and mysterious turn, leading to what has become one of the most famous accounts of alien abduction in modern history. Travis Walton, one of the crew members, would vanish for several days, only to return with a shocking tale of being abducted by a UFO and subjected to medical examinations by otherworldly beings. This urban legend, known as the Travis Walton abduction, continues to captivate the imagination of believers and skeptics alike. The disappearance. Travis Walton was a 22-year-old forestry worker, part of a logging crew contracted to thin overgrown areas of the national forest. On that fateful night, Walton and 6 of his colleagues, including Mike Rogers, Dwayne Walton, Travis's brother, and Alan Dallas, were driving home after a day's work. As they traveled along a remote stretch of road, they spotted a luminous object in the sky above the tree line. According to the accounts provided by the crew members, Walton was the most intrigued and compelled to investigate. He allegedly approached the hovering object, described as a disc-shaped craft with bluish and yellowish lights. As he stood underneath the craft, a sudden and intense beam of light engulfed him, rendering his companions terrified and prompting Rogers to speed away from the scene. The search and controversy. When the crew members returned to the site minutes later, Walton was nowhere to be found. Fearing for their lives and convinced that they had witnessed something inexplicable, they reported the incident to the local authorities. A massive search operation involving law enforcement, volunteers, and even members of the forestry crew was launched to locate Travis Walton. The initial investigation drew skepticism and speculation from both local residents and the media. Some speculated that the crew members might have concocted the story to cover up a tragic accident that had befallen Walton. Polygraph tests were administered to the crew, and while some results were inconclusive, others indicated that they were genuinely recounting what they had experienced. The astonishing return, an alien encounter. 5 days after his disappearance, Travis Walton reappeared at a gas station near Heber, Arizona, disoriented and significantly thinner. He recounted a story that would baffle experts and fuel discussions for decades to come. According to Walton, after being engulfed in the beam of light, he found himself inside a sterile, brightly lit room. He claimed to have been surrounded by 3 humanoid beings, each about 5 feet tall, with large bald heads, large eyes, and slight frames. Walton asserted that these beings subjected him to various medical examinations, which included the use of peculiar instruments. He described feeling a mix of fear, confusion, and helplessness during the experience. Eventually, Walton awoke on the roadside, where he was found by passing motorists. The aftermath and ongoing debate. The Travis Walton abduction case quickly gained national attention and was featured in various media outlets. A subsequent investigation by law enforcement led to no conclusive evidence of a hoax, and Walton and his crew members stood by their accounts despite enduring public scrutiny. While the abduction account has a devoted following of believers who cite the consistency of the crew's testimonies and the passing of polygraph tests as evidence, skeptics point to the lack of tangible evidence, the involvement of a UFO enthusiast group, and the potential for the story to have been fabricated for financial gain or attention. Conclusion. The Travis Walton abduction remains a compelling urban legend that straddles the line between the unexplained and the skeptical. The incident's enduring allure can be attributed to its enigmatic nature and the intricate interplay between believers and skeptics. Regardless of one's stance on the authenticity of the events, the story serves as a testament to the power of human imagination and the enduring fascination with the unknown. The Mojave Desert Incident, March 20, 2008. Unraveling the Enigma. Introduction. On the eerie night of March 20, 2008, the tranquil expanse of California's Mojave Desert bore witness to an incident that would go on to captivate the minds of many, a purported encounter with extraterrestrial forces. A truck driver, whose identity remains shrouded in mystery, claimed that his life took an otherworldly turn when his truck was inexplicably lifted into the air by an unidentified flying object, UFO. This event, now etched into the annals of urban legend, is known as the Mojave Desert Incident. The following account delves into the details of this bizarre occurrence, drawing from eyewitness testimonies, investigations, and expert analyses. The eyewitness account. According to the truck driver's initial report, he was navigating a remote stretch of highway in the Mojave Desert when he suddenly found himself enveloped in a blinding light. His truck, a massive rig laden with cargo, began to shake violently as if caught in a tempest. Before he could fathom the situation, his truck was lifted off the ground, defying the laws of gravity. Struggling to maintain control, he recounted a sensation of weightlessness and disorientation as the truck seemed to be suspended in midair. The next thing the truck driver recalled was waking up on the side of the road. Hours seemed to have vanished from his memory, leaving an unsettling void. His body bore marks and injuries that he could not explain, raising perplexing questions about the nature of his experience. The missing time and the inexplicable injuries were the eerie elements that fueled the intrigue surrounding this incident, investigation and speculation. As news of the Mojave Desert incident spread, it ignited a flurry of speculation. Skeptics dismissed the truck driver's account as a mere fabrication, attributing the entire incident to fatigue, hallucination, or even a hoax. However, dedicated investigators and UFO enthusiasts saw the event as a potential breakthrough, prompting them to scrutinize every available piece of evidence. UFO researchers analyzed satellite data, radar records, and eyewitness testimonies to construct a plausible sequence of events. They posited that the truck driver might have encountered an unidentified craft equipped with advanced technology, capable of manipulating gravitational fields. This theoretical speculation, while intriguing, lacked concrete evidence and did little to quell the skepticism surrounding the incident. Medical examinations of the truck driver's injuries further perplexed experts. The injuries were deemed consistent with trauma caused by a sudden forceful impact, yet the absence of corresponding vehicular damage left investigators baffled. Some experts suggested that the truck might have been subjected to a force field of sorts, cushioning its descent and sparing it from catastrophic damage upon impact. Psychological impact and urban legend. The Mojave Desert incident didn't just raise questions about the possibility of extraterrestrial contact, it also illuminated the psychological aftermath of such encounters. The truck driver's account of missing time and unexplainable injuries underscored the traumatic nature of his experience. Experts in psychology opined that the phenomena of missing time and fragmented memories could be attributed to a psychological defense mechanism triggered by a deeply distressing event. Over time, the incident became a cornerstone of modern urban legend. Its details were retold around campfires, in internet forums, and through various media channels. With each retelling, embellishments and distortions intertwined with the core narrative, blurring the line between fact and fiction. The Mojave Desert incident became a captivating enigma that spurred debates, artistic interpretations, and fervent discussions about the mysteries of the universe. Conclusion: the Mojave Desert incident of March 20, 2008, remains a fascinating tale that straddles the realms of reality and speculation. While skeptics emphasize the lack of tangible evidence and the potential for hoaxes, UFO enthusiasts and investigators continue to seek answers that might bridge the gap between the ordinary and the extraordinary. Whether a true encounter with the unknown or a product of the human imagination, the incident stands as a testament to the enduring allure of the unexplained, inspiring contemplation about the mysteries that lie beyond the confines of our understanding. Unraveling the enigma, the Texas highway incident of April 15, 2009. Introduction. On a seemingly ordinary spring evening in Texas, the mundane world collided with the extraordinary when a woman's account of a bizarre and unsettling encounter on a highway sent shockwaves through local communities and ignited debates about the unknown. The incident, known as the Texas Highway Incident, April 15, 2009, presents a perplexing blend of the supernatural and the plausible, leaving skeptics and believers alike pondering the mysteries of the universe. The encounter. It was April 15, 2009, when the protagonist of our urban legend embarked on a drive along a desolate stretch of Texas highway. This woman, whose identity remains shrouded in mystery, would later share an account that would challenge conventional explanations and incite speculation. According to her testimony, while cruising along the dimly lit road, she suddenly noticed a luminous light in the sky that seemed to defy the characteristics of any ordinary aircraft. The light, she claimed, began to track her vehicle's movements with unsettling precision. The missing time. As the woman continued her journey, a strange sensation overcame her, a sensation of disorientation and detachment from reality. It is here that the incident takes a surreal turn, for she reported experiencing what is commonly referred to as missing time. In her recollection, hours seemed to evaporate, leaving her with an inexplicable gap in her memory. This phenomenon of missing time has been a hallmark of many alleged UFO encounters, leading to a plethora of theories ranging from psychological distress to extraterrestrial intervention. The unexplained marks. Upon regaining her awareness, the woman was confronted with yet another layer of intrigue. She discovered peculiar marks on her body, marks that defied explanation and further fueled the air of mystery surrounding the incident. These marks, often associated with purported alien abductions, added an eerie dimension to her tale, drawing parallels with countless accounts from around the world. While skeptics were quick to attribute the marks to more mundane causes such as allergies or insect bites, the woman remained resolute in her belief that they were emblematic of something far more enigmatic. The investigation. News of the Texas highway incident spread rapidly, capturing the imagination of not only the local populace but also the wider public. UFO enthusiasts and investigators were drawn to the story like moths to a flame, each hoping to unearth evidence that might validate or debunk the woman's claims. The incident prompted extensive speculation and debates on television shows, online forums, and in the pages of various publications. Skeptical perspectives. Unsurprisingly, skeptics emerged, armed with counter-arguments that aimed to dismantle the sensational narrative. Psychological explanations were put forward, with suggestions of sleep paralysis, false memories, and even deliberate fabrication. Critics pointed out that similar stories had surfaced in different parts of the world, often bearing remarkable similarities, leading them to conclude that the incident might have been a product of mass hysteria fueled by media exposure. Believers' stance. Conversely, believers in the extraordinary posited that the incident was a tantalizing glimpse into the world beyond our understanding. They cited the consistency of the woman's testimony, the parallels with other purported encounters, and the absence of rational explanations for the marks on her body as reasons to lend credence to her account. For this faction, the Texas highway incident was not merely an isolated event but part of a broader tapestry of unexplained phenomena that hint at the existence of intelligent extraterrestrial life. Conclusion. As the years have passed, the Texas highway incident of April 15, 2009, remains an urban legend that straddles the thin line between reality and speculation. It serves as a testament to the enduring allure of the unknown, inviting us to contemplate the mysteries that lie beyond our current understanding. Whether one is swayed by skepticism or captivated by belief, this incident beckons us to ponder the vastness of the cosmos and the potential for the inexplicable to intersect with our everyday lives. Until definitive evidence emerges, the Texas highway incident will continue to be a source of fascination, provoking us to question the boundaries of our reality. The Cash Landrum Incident. December 29, 1980, unraveling the enigma of the diamond-shaped object. In the annals of ufology and paranormal lore, few incidents have captured the public imagination as profoundly as the Cash Landrum Incident of December 29, 1980. This urban legend, which involves the purported sighting of a diamond-shaped object emitting flames on a Texas highway, has enthralled and confounded researchers and enthusiasts alike for decades. The tale revolves around three individuals, Betty Cash, Vicky Landrum, and Colby Landrum, who reported a harrowing encounter that resulted in alleged health issues attributed to radiation exposure. The encounter, a night to remember. On that fateful winter evening, Betty Cash, a 51-year-old businesswoman, and Vicky Landrum, a 57-year-old homemaker, were driving with Vicky's 7-year-old grandson, Colby Landrum, through the piney woods of Dayton, Texas. The trio's ordinary journey would soon transform into an extraordinary saga that defied explanation. As they drove along a desolate stretch of road, their attention was arrested by an otherworldly spectacle. A massive diamond-shaped object, ablaze with intense flames, hovered ominously in the sky. The object, described as large and silent, emitted waves of heat that penetrated the confines of the car, causing the metal to become scorching to the touch. The witnesses' accounts suggest a surreal scene, with the road illuminated by an eerie light as they pulled over to observe the phenomenon. After what felt like an eternity, the object ascended vertically, casting an even brighter light before disappearing into the night sky. The aftermath: mysterious health woes. In the aftermath of the Cash Landrum encounter, the trio experienced a cascade of health problems that they attributed to their close proximity to the enigmatic object. Betty Cash, Vicky Landrum, and Colby Landrum all reported severe physical symptoms including nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, weakness, and hair loss. Vicky and Colby's symptoms were particularly acute, with Vicky developing painful blisters on her skin and Colby exhibiting signs of radiation sickness. The group sought medical attention, but the medical community struggled to offer a definitive diagnosis. The symptoms exhibited by the witnesses were indeed consistent with radiation exposure, yet no immediate source could be identified. The perplexing nature of their ailments stoked the flames of speculation and conspiracy theories, as researchers grappled with the elusive truth behind the incident, government involvement and theories. As news of the Cash Landrum incident spread, it caught the attention of ufologists, investigative journalists, and even government agencies. With rumors circulating that the object was a military prototype or an experimental aircraft, questions arose about potential government involvement. Some researchers believed that the object might have been a classified military aircraft, possibly utilizing unconventional propulsion systems that inadvertently exposed the witnesses to harmful radiation. Conspiracy theories and skepticism also played their part. Skeptics questioned the credibility of the witnesses and pointed to inconsistencies in their stories. Some suggested that the entire incident could have been a hoax or a case of misidentification. Theories about advanced extraterrestrial technology and secret government experiments added to the mystique of the event. Legacy and unanswered questions. Decades after the Cash Landrum incident, the enigma remains unsolved, with more questions than answers. The incident left an indelible mark on the witnesses, affecting their physical and emotional well-being for the rest of their lives. Legal battles ensued as Betty Cash, Vicky Landrum, and Colby Landrum sought compensation for their alleged suffering, leading to a court case that added further layers of complexity to the narrative. The Cash Landrum incident continues to be a topic of debate and speculation within both the ufology community and the broader public. Despite efforts by researchers and investigators, no definitive proof has emerged to conclusively determine the nature of the object or the cause of the witnesses' ailments. The case remains an exemplar of the unexplained, a testament to the power of urban legends and the enduring allure of the unknown. In the pantheon of anomalous encounters, the Cash Landrum incident stands as a haunting reminder that our world is rife with mysteries that defy easy explanation. The diamond-shaped object that briefly crossed paths with Betty Cash, Vicky Landrum, and Colby Landrum on that winter's night in 1980 continues to cast its enigmatic glow, a beacon drawing the curious and the skeptical alike into its orbit of intrigue. The Dover Demon of Massachusetts, April 21 to 22, 1977. Unveiling the mystery. In the quiet suburban town of Dover, Massachusetts, nestled amidst verdant landscapes and picturesque settings, a chilling urban legend emerged in April 1977 that would etch itself into the annals of supernatural lore. Dubbed the Dover Demon, this enigmatic and elusive creature, with its eerie description and baffling appearances, would both captivate and haunt the imaginations of locals and skeptics alike. The night of April 21, 1977. An unearthly encounter. As the sun dipped below the horizon on that fateful April evening, a group of teenagers ventured out into the tranquil countryside, unaware that they were about to stumble upon something truly extraordinary. As they meandered along the desolate, rural roads near the Springdale Avenue, their mundane night transformed into an otherworldly experience. It was then that they first laid eyes upon the creature that would come to be known as the Dover Demon. Described as having a hairless, watermelon-shaped head and large, glowing eyes, the entity stood around 4 feet tall, its spindly limbs and disproportionate features defying easy categorization. Fear and astonishment gripped the teenagers as they gazed upon this inexplicable apparition. A sense of urgency compelled them to sketch what they saw, leaving behind visual records that would later fuel speculation and debate. The following night, reinforcing the mystery, with the night's disturbing encounter still fresh in their minds, the teenagers returned to the same location the next evening. To their astonishment, they again caught sight of the Dover demon, this time near the picturesque Miller Elementary School. Despite its uncanny appearance and the eerie circumstances, the creature exhibited no aggression or hostility. Instead, it seemed to observe the world around it with an air of detached curiosity. As the news of these encounters spread through the tight-knit Dover community, both fascination and skepticism ignited fervent discussions. Local authorities were inundated with calls from concerned residents, while skeptics attempted to debunk the sightings as mere exaggerations or misidentifications of mundane animals. Possible explanations: a clash of views. The Dover demon's appearances ignited a clash between skeptics and believers. The scientific community remained hesitant to accept the existence of a new, unclassified species in the region. Some proposed that the creature might have been a misidentified animal, such as a young moose or a deformed cat, while others leaned towards the possibility of an elaborate hoax or a manifestation of mass hysteria. However, those who bore witness to the entity's bizarre form remained steadfast in their conviction. They contended that the Dover demon could not be explained away as a mere terrestrial creature. The creature's peculiar features, including its hairless, oversized head and the eerie luminescence in its eyes, defied conventional explanations. Legacy and cultural impact. The Dover demon left an indelible mark on both the local community and the wider world. It became a topic of interest in paranormal circles, featured in books, documentaries, and online discussions. The original sketches made by the witnesses, accompanied by their first-hand accounts, continued to serve as potent catalysts for debates about the existence of the unknown and the limits of human perception. The legend also found its way into popular culture, inspiring artistic interpretations, fictional tales, and even influencing aspects of the horror genre. The Dover demon's legacy endured, serving as a reminder that even in an age of scientific understanding, there remain mysteries that defy conventional explanation, unanswered questions and continuing speculation. To this day, the true nature of the Dover demon remains elusive. Despite numerous attempts to unravel the mystery, no conclusive evidence has emerged to either confirm or disprove the existence of the creature. The witnesses, now grown, still hold fast to their accounts, recounting the profound impact the encounters had on their lives. The Dover demon of Massachusetts stands as a testament to the enduring allure of the unknown, the power of eyewitness testimony, and the capacity of the human imagination to conjure both wonder and fear. As long as the legend lives on, it will continue to inspire curiosity and debate, reminding us that even in our modern world, mysteries can still lurk just beyond the edges of our understanding. The Chupacabra. Unleashing terror and bloodlust in the shadows. In the dead of night, when the world was draped in a shroud of darkness and even the bravest souls sought the refuge of their homes, an insidious terror was said to stalk the land of Puerto Rico in the 1990s. Its name reverberated through hushed whispers and fearful glances, echoing a menace that was more than just a mere legend. It was a chilling reality. This was the era of the Chupacabra, a creature that emerged from the darkest corners of imagination to haunt the lives of those who dared to venture too close to its path. The story of the Chupacabra is one of primal fear, a nightmare that refuses to be contained within the realm of fantasy. Though often spoken of in the United States, it was the lush and mysterious landscapes of Puerto Rico where this urban legend found its most chilling incarnation. As dusk surrendered to the inky embrace of the night, ranchers would retire to their homes, locking the doors and windows as a silent plea for safety. For it was under the cover of night that the Chupacabra emerged, its hunger for blood as insatiable as the shadows that concealed its grotesque form. The creature's modus operandi was gruesome, a tableau of horror etched into the memories of those who encountered its malevolence. It was said to possess an otherworldly appearance, a ghastly fusion of the animal and the monstrous. Descriptions varied, but a common thread ran through the accounts. The Chupacabra was a creature born of nightmares, with leathery grey skin stretched taut over a skeletal frame. Its eyes glowed like two malevolent embers, piercing the darkness with an unholy fire. And then there were the fangs, long, razor-sharp, and gleaming with a malevolent hunger. The chupacabra's insatiable thirst for blood became the stuff of whispered tales and fearful speculation. Ranchers would wake to the grisly aftermath of its predations, their livestock found brutally exsanguinated, their life force drained as though consumed by an unseen spectre. Goats, chickens, even dogs, no creature was safe from its unholy craving. The very air seemed to hum with dread, as the locals grappled with a terror that seemed to defy the natural order. As the stories of these attacks multiplied, so did the hysteria. Newspapers carried sensational headlines, recounting the macabre scenes left in the wake of the chupacabra's nocturnal rampages. And it wasn't long before the legend crossed the waters and took root in the southwestern United States. Ranchers there began to report similar incidents, attributing the gruesome deaths of their livestock to the same fiend that had terrorized Puerto Rico. The chupacabra was no longer confined to the boundaries of an island, it had become an omen of doom that transcended borders. Amid the fear and chaos, experts struggled to make sense of the phenomenon. Cryptologists and biologists dissected the evidence, attempting to unveil the truth behind the urban legend. Theories ranged from alien creatures gone rogue to genetic mutations spawned from clandestine experiments. But for all the scientific inquiry, the answers remained elusive, obscured by the fog of terror that shrouded the chupacabra's every move. In the face of this enigma, communities began to band together, united by their shared dread. Vigilante groups formed, determined to hunt down the chupacabra and end its reign of terror. Armed with weapons and a mixture of courage and desperation, these brave souls patrolled the night, seeking the shadowy figure that had plunged their lives into chaos. But the creature remained one step ahead, a spectre that slipped through the fingers of those who sought to expose its true nature. And then, as swiftly as it had emerged, the chupacabra seemed to vanish. The attacks grew fewer, the encounters rarer, until the very mention of its name became tinged with a sense of the surreal. The urban legend faded from the headlines, replaced by newer horrors and more pressing fears. But for those who had witnessed its malevolent gaze and felt the icy fingers of dread wrap around their hearts, the memory of the chupacabra remained imprinted, an indelible mark of a time when the night held more than just darkness, it held a terror that defied explanation. To this day, the chupacabra's true identity remains cloaked in mystery, an enigma that refuses to yield to the rigors of science or reason. Its legacy lives on in whispered tales and haunted gazes, a reminder that even in the modern world, there are still shadows that conceal creatures of the night, lurking just beyond the edges of our understanding. And as long as the moon casts its eerie glow and the night holds its secrets, the legend of the chupacabra will endure, a chilling reminder of the thin veil that separates our reality from the nightmares that lie just beneath the surface. The Hopkinsville Goblins of Kentucky. Unraveling the enigmatic encounter of 1955. Introduction. The realm of the unknown has always captivated human imagination, giving rise to tales that straddle the line between reality and myth. Among these narratives lies the intriguing urban legend of the Hopkinsville Goblins incident that unfolded on the nights of August 21 to 22, 1955, in a remote farmhouse in rural Kentucky. This chilling account revolves around a family's encounter with otherworldly beings, small, goblin-like creatures with astonishing features that defy conventional explanation. The incident, often linked to the world of cryptid lore, continues to pique curiosity, prompting speculation about the nature of the entities and the veracity of the events. The setting and characters. Located just outside the small town of Hopkinsville, the Sutton farmhouse stood as a simple, isolated abode surrounded by the vast expanse of the Kentucky countryside. The primary characters in this surreal drama were the Sutton family and their friends, who were gathered at the farmhouse on that fateful summer evening. Billy Ray Taylor, a visiting family friend, was the first to witness something inexplicable outside the farmhouse window, setting off a sequence of events that would become the stuff of legend. The encounter. As darkness descended upon the farmhouse on the evening of August 21, 1955, a sense of unease began to envelop the Sutton family and their guests. Suddenly, Taylor burst into the house, white-faced and agitated, describing a bizarre sight outside: strange, small creatures with oversized heads, glowing eyes, and metallic claws. The ensuing hours saw a relentless siege as these enigmatic beings seemingly emerged from the shadows to encircle the farmhouse. The goblins' description: described as standing around 3 to 4 feet tall, the goblin-like entities were unlike any known creatures. Their heads were abnormally large in proportion to their bodies, and their eyes emitted an eerie, luminous glow. Witnesses recounted their skin as being a pale shade, and they possessed long, pointed ears. Most unsettling were their metallic, almost retractable claws that they extended when provoked. Their appearance seemed almost alien, challenging conventional classifications and fueling speculation about their origin and purpose. A night of terror. Throughout the night, the family and their guests reported a series of bizarre and unsettling experiences. The creatures reportedly exhibited an eerie intelligence, evading attempts to capture or shoot them. The witnesses described hearing strange noises, scratching, tapping, and faint whispers that seemed to emanate from various directions simultaneously. The relentless assault continued until the early hours of the morning, when the Sutton family finally made a daring escape to the Hopkinsville police station. Law enforcement and investigation. The local law enforcement officers were initially skeptical, attributing the disturbances to imagination, hysteria, or even alcohol consumption. However, upon witnessing the family's palpable fear and the seemingly untouched bullet holes in the walls, they began to take the situation more seriously. A search of the property yielded no definitive evidence of the creature's existence, yet the terror etched on the witnesses' faces convinced them that something truly out of the ordinary had occurred. Legacy and speculation. The Hopkinsville Goblins incident quickly captured the public's imagination, becoming a cornerstone of cryptid lore. The story spread through newspapers and tabloids, sparking intense interest in both the local community and among paranormal enthusiasts. Over the years, the tale has been analyzed from various perspectives, including extraterrestrial encounters, interdimensional visitors, and even elaborate hoaxes. Skeptics argue that the event was a combination of misidentified natural phenomena and a hoax perpetrated for attention. Conclusion. The Hopkinsville Goblins incident of August 21 to 22, 1955, remains an enduring enigma that straddles the realms of reality and myth. The rural farmhouse besieged by goblin-like creatures with glowing eyes and metallic claws continues to captivate generations of storytellers, researchers, and skeptics. Whether the event was a genuine encounter with unknown entities, an elaborate fabrication, or something in between, the story endures as a testament to humanity's fascination with the unexplained and the mysterious. The legacy of the Hopkinsville Goblins lives on, an indelible mark on the tapestry of paranormal lore. The Ghost of Lafayette Park. A haunting tale of love, murder, and redemption. February 27, 1859, to present. Lafayette Square Park, nestled behind the grandeur of the White House, stands as a testament to the layers of history that urban landscapes can hold. Known as both Lafayette Park and Tragedy Square, this green space has seen more than its fair share of tumultuous events over the years. From serving as a makeshift graveyard to hosting a zoo, slave market, racetrack, and military encampment during the War of 1812, the park's history is as diverse as the nation it resides in. However, one event stands out among the rest: a cold February evening in 1859, when the park became the stage for a shocking murder that would forever intertwine the names of Daniel Sickles and Philip Barton Key II. Philip Barton Key II, son of the famed author of the Star-Spangled Banner, Francis Scott Key, found himself drawn into a web of intrigue and illicit passion. His romantic rendezvous with Teresa Bagioli Sickles, the wife of Representative Daniel Sickles, set the stage for a tragedy that would echo through the ages. Teresa, a woman both dour and passionate, sought solace outside her troubled marriage due to her husband's numerous public infidelities. The rendezvous was no secret, signaled by a hanging string in a nearby rented house, a secret code that would seal their fates. The storm of emotions reached its peak when Representative Sickles received an anonymous note, penned by RPG, detailing his wife's infidelity. Enraged by the revelation that Key had been as intimately involved with Teresa as he had, Sickles confronted his wife, extracting a tearful confession. The revelation shattered his reputation, and in his blinded fury, he missed the irony of his own transgressions. The culmination of these emotions came on that fateful Sunday in February, as Sickles observed Key waving a handkerchief from Lafayette Square. Their meeting in the park started with cordiality but ended in bloodshed. Sickles extended a pistol-laden hand instead of a handshake, and Key's pleas for mercy fell on deaf ears. In broad daylight and in front of numerous witnesses, including law enforcement, Key was shot 3 times and mortally wounded. This brazen act of violence set the stage for a legal and moral drama that would captivate the nation. Sickles' subsequent trial marked a turning point in legal history. Employing a defense strategy crafted by the finest legal minds in Washington, Sickles became the first person in the United States to successfully claim temporary insanity. His defense played up the affair between his wife and Key, capturing the media's attention and sparking intense public interest. The trial, which hinged on questions of love, betrayal, and justice, became a national sensation. However, the story didn't end with Sickles' acquittal. He retreated from public life but not from public office, assuming command of the III Corps during the Battle of Gettysburg. In a disastrous move, he defied orders, resulting in heavy casualties and the loss of his own leg due to a cannonball. This severed limb took on a life of its own, preserved and sent to the Army Medical Museum with a note bearing the chilling message with the compliments of D.S. Major General. The leg remains on display to this day, a macabre testament to Sickles' complex legacy. Yet, the most enduring legacy of that cold February evening might be the reported haunting of Lafayette Park by Philip Barton Key II. The spectre of Key, limping and tormented, is said to roam the park streets, forever pursued by his own failures and perhaps by the vengeful spirit of the man who took his life. The tale, fueled by the tragic events that unfolded in the park's shadows, has become a part of the park's lore, a story of love, murder, and redemption that continues to captivate the imagination. In conclusion, the ghost of Lafayette Park is more than just an urban legend, it's a story that encapsulates the complexities of human emotion, the twists of fate, and the layers of history that accumulate in the heart of a city. From the park's diverse roles throughout history to the illicit affair, the shocking murder, and the legal drama that followed, each aspect contributes to a narrative that lingers like a spectral presence in the park's ambience. As visitors stroll through Lafayette Square Park, they might feel an eerie connection to the past, where the echoes of a tragic event still whisper through the windswept trees and the park's storied pathways. The haunting legacy of Decatur House. An unsettled duel and eternally bound spirits. In the early 19th century, pistol duels were a grimly common method of resolving disputes. Yet, even as their popularity waned, one particular duel in 1820 left an indelible mark on history and on the Decatur House of Lafayette Square in Washington, D.C. This tale is not only a reflection of the fierce pride and honor of naval officers but also an eerie reminder that the echoes of the past can linger, intertwining the living and the departed. Amidst a climate where pistol duels had become almost routine, they had paradoxically led to a dearth of military officers, a crisis that underscored the grave consequences of such deadly encounters. In the year 1820, pistol duels might have been losing their social currency, but their deadly impact was still keenly felt. It was this climate that set the stage for an event that would soon shroud the Decatur House in an aura of melancholy. The Decatur House itself, a paragon of neoclassical architecture, stood as a silent witness to history, and its walls held the whispers of a maritime rivalry that would eventually lead to tragedy. The eminent Benjamin Henry Latrobe's design encapsulated the essence of an era, and it was within these walls that the lives of Commodores Stephen Decatur and James Barron would converge in a fateful duel. The enmity between Decatur and Barron had evolved into an international spectacle. Baron's capitulation of the USS Chesapeake to the British before the War of 1812 had tarnished his reputation, leading to his suspension from the Navy and an ignominious period of exile in Sweden. Decatur, the triumphant hero of the naval domain, relished every opportunity to publicly vilify Baron, blissfully unaware of his adversary's destitution abroad. When Baron's reinstatement finally arrived, it came as a bittersweet reprieve. The pent-up rage and desire for vindication culminated in a chilling decision, a duel that would determine who stood as the victor not only in life but also in death. The date was March 22, 1820. In a secluded spot, the two adversaries squared off, their loaded pistols poised to settle their long-standing quarrel. 2 shots rang out in swift succession, and both combatants were struck by the unerring accuracy of their aim. In that pivotal moment, destiny cast its verdict. As the smoke cleared, only one figure remained standing, while the other crumbled to the ground, mortally wounded. Decatur's victory had been achieved, but at a price he could never have foreseen. The morrow brought with it the shadow of death. Decatur's final breath was drawn within the hallowed walls of his Lafayette Square abode, his life extinguished by the very means he had wielded against Baron. The mansion, once a symbol of Decatur's grandeur, now became a sepulchre for his legacy. Yet, the passage of time could not quell the emotions that had fueled this deadly rivalry. An aura of restlessness began to pervade the Decatur house, intertwining the past and present in an eerie dance. The legend emerged, painting a picture of Decatur's lingering presence, forever bound to the place where he met his tragic end. Accounts of spectral apparitions and uncanny occurrences gradually took root, with reports of Decatur's visage gazing forlornly from the windows and his figure poised as if gripping the pistols of his final duel. Whispers abounded that the mansion's windows had been bricked up, as if to sever the link between the living world and the ethereal realm. The haunting echoes of history reverberated through the years, stirring the imagination and unsettling the souls of those who crossed the threshold of the Decatur house. Skeptics scoffed, rationalists demurred, yet the tales persisted. A yearning, perhaps for closure, seemed to transcend time and space, binding the story of Stephen Decatur and James Baron to the very fabric of the house they had inhabited. The Decatur house, with its architectural elegance, bore witness to a tale of honor, rivalry, and tragedy that transcended its walls. The dueling grounds that once lay concealed in the mansion's shadow were now overshadowed by the specter of the past, a reminder that the deeds of yesteryears can echo eternally. As the world moved on, the legend endured, a whispered conversation between history and the present, between the living and the departed. In the end, the Decatur house stands not merely as a relic of architectural splendor, but as a vessel for a narrative that straddles the realms of reality and myth. A duel that was meant to settle a feud instead forged an unbreakable connection, binding two adversaries in an eternal embrace of history's embrace. And so, as the sun sets on Lafayette Square, the legacy of Stephen Decatur and the Decatur house continues to echo through time, a testament to the power of unresolved stories and the lingering spirits that refuse to fade away.
The Owlman of Mornon, 1976. In the quiet spring of 1976, the small village of Mornon in Cornwall, England, became the epicenter of a bizarre and chilling encounter that would etch itself permanently into the annals of British folklore. Dubbed the Owlman of Mornon, the event centered around mysterious sightings of a large owl-like creature, reported by two young girls, stirring a mixture of alarm, curiosity, and disbelief among the locals and beyond. The enigmatic incident left a lasting impression, fueling speculation and myth, still recounted in whispered tones. The encounter. The events unfolded on a peaceful April day when two young girls vacationing in Mornon embarked upon a pleasant walk through the woods near Mornon Church. Their serene surroundings were abruptly shattered as they noticed an unusual figure flying above the church tower. The apparition was colossal, with a distinct resemblance to an owl. It possessed glowing eyes that pierced the tranquil daylight and clawed hands that evoked images of a nightmarish predator. Terrified and bewildered by the sight, the girls hastily retreated to alert the adults about their uncanny experience. Their recounting sent ripples of consternation through the quiet hamlet. The vivid details provided by the girls, accentuated by their palpable distress, imbued the account with a haunting credibility that left many villagers uneasy. The tale quickly gathered momentum, making the owlman a notorious figure in local lore. The investigation and subsequent sightings. The strange sighting piqued the interest of investigators and enthusiasts of the unknown, drawing them to Monan in pursuit of the enigmatic owlman. Despite skepticism and logical reservations, the coherent and consistent accounts provided by the girls stood firm under scrutiny, further fueling the intrigue surrounding the mysterious creature. In the months that followed, additional reports emerged, adding layers of complexity and uncertainty to the mystery. Other individuals claimed to have witnessed the owlman, describing it in eerily similar terms: a large owl-like creature with glowing, hypnotic eyes and menacing clawed hands. Each account reinforced the legend, solidifying the owlman's place in the mosaic of British folklore. Skepticism and rational explanations. Despite the compelling narratives and the palpable fear evinced by the witnesses, skeptics sought to demystify the owlman, attributing the sightings to misidentification or heightened imagination. Ornithologists and local experts proposed that the creature might have been a large bird of prey, unfamiliar to the observers, casting an eerie silhouette against the sky, thereby giving rise to the extraordinary descriptions. The inherent human penchant for storytelling and the attraction to the enigmatic also played a role in the embellishment and perpetuation of the owlman legend. The compelling narrative intertwined with local myths and superstitions, fostering an environment ripe for speculation and extrapolation beyond the observed facts. The owlman in popular culture and contemporary context. The owlman of Monan transcended the temporal boundaries of 1976, solidifying its place as a timeless enigma in British and world folklore. The creature's descriptions and accounts inspired various books, documentaries, and discussions, amplifying its reach beyond the geographical confines of the quaint Cornish village. The allure of the unexplained, combined with the rich tapestry of human creativity and imagination, has preserved the owlman as a compelling mystery, a perplexing intersection of reality and myth. In a contemporary context, the owlman serves as a poignant reminder of the vast expanse of the unknown that still resides in the world, despite the pervasive lens of modernity and scientific inquiry. The events of 1976 in Monan, Cornwall, continue to resonate, a curious enigma beckoning explorers of the unknown to delve into the mysteries that lurk in the shadows of the observable world. Conclusion. The owlman of Monan, a cryptic creature reportedly sighted in the serene landscape of Cornwall in 1976, epitomizes the enduring human attraction to the mysterious and the unexplained. The detailed accounts of the sightings, the consistency in descriptions, and the tangible fear and bewilderment experienced by the witnesses contribute to the robustness of the legend, keeping the owlman alive in discussions, investigations, and tales. Beyond the quest for logical explanations and rational analysis lies the intriguing realm of the unknown, personified by entities like the owlman, that continues to captivate human imagination, invoking a sense of wonder, caution, and curiosity about the boundless possibilities that the universe holds beyond the visible spectrum.
The Brentford Griffin, 1984, an encounter with the mythical. The year was 1984, a time of both apprehension and hope in the world, marked by escalating Cold War tensions and the burgeoning power of technology. Yet, amidst the whirl of global events, the citizens of Brentford, a quiet suburban district in West London, found themselves ensnared in a phenomenon that echoed the ancient mythical tales of old, the sighting of a large, winged creature, akin to a griffin or a dragon, in their own local environs. The first reported sighting of the Brentford Griffin came on an ordinary, unassuming day. As the residents went about their daily tasks, a shadow fell upon the lanes of Brentford, a silhouette that seemed to defy logic and scientific reason. It was a creature with the body of a lion, vast wings that spread wide, and a piercing gaze from its eagle-like head. The apparition was soon dubbed the Brentford Griffin, a moniker derived from the heraldic creature with an eagle's head and a lion's body, known from mythology and medieval legend. Word of the sighting spread like wildfire, igniting both fear and fascination among the locals and beyond. It wasn't long before others came forward to recount their encounters with the mythical creature. As the reports multiplied, a coherent image began to emerge of a magnificent and fearsome beast, soaring and gliding effortlessly above the rooftops and chimneys of Brentford. As the sightings intensified over the subsequent weeks, the community was torn between skepticism and belief. Some posited that the creature was a mere illusion, a trick of light and shadow, or perhaps an elaborate hoax perpetrated by imaginative minds. Others felt the palpable brush of ancient energies, a connection with the primordial world where mythical beasts roamed free, unfettered by the shackles of modern skepticism. Local newspapers and media outlets caught wind of the unfolding events in Brentford, and the tale of the Brentford Griffin promptly swept through the nation. The unassuming suburb was suddenly thrust into the limelight as journalists, curiosity seekers, and even professional cryptozoologists descended upon the area, eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary creature. The ensuing media frenzy further fueled the speculations and debates, casting a surreal aura over the district. For the believers, the Brentford Griffin was a harbinger of change, or a forgotten emblem reawakened in the modern age. Eyewitness accounts were compiled, meticulously chronicling the creature's size, appearance, and movements in an endeavor to validate its existence. Some local residents organized expeditions to survey the skies and the scenic bends of the River Thames, hopeful for an encounter with the enigmatic griffin. Conversely, skeptics embarked on a quest of their own to unmask the alleged creature and unveil the rational explanations obscured beneath layers of myth and mystery. They probed various theories, ranging from optical illusions created by unusual weather conditions to misidentified wildlife. Yet, despite the torrent of skepticism, the sightings of the Brentford Griffin persisted, maintaining a robust and enduring presence in the local lore. In the subsequent years, the fervor surrounding the Brentford Griffin gradually waned. The flurry of media attention dissipated, and the steady rhythm of daily life resumed its course. The reported sightings dwindled, and the mythical creature receded into the annals of legend, leaving behind an indelible imprint on the communal memory of Brentford. As the world propelled further into the age of technology and scientific enlightenment, the Brentford Griffin remains nestled in the hallowed realm of myth and folklore. It stands as a poignant testament to the enduring human affinity for the mysterious and the unknown, a gentle whisper from the ancient world amidst the cacophony of modern life. In the final analysis, the Brentford Griffin, real or imagined, serves as a profound symbol, transcending the boundaries of belief and skepticism, and inviting individuals to ponder the boundless possibilities that permeate our existence. In the quaint lanes of Brentford, where the whispers of the past interlace with the pulsations of the present, the legacy of the Brentford Griffin continues to soar, unfettered and unyielding, on the boundless wings of imagination and wonder.